Today we are starting up with the servlet, and before starting the servlet we have gone through the topics of JDBC, that is almost we have completed it, and now we are going to start up with the servlet. We are going to start the servlet. What we are going to discuss is based on two things we are going to discuss. Number one is the traditional approach, what we have seen and what we used to go through, that is XML based servlet, XML based, and the second one, when we say in the JEE approach, basically we used to understand two things here. Number one is Java and J2EE. Now when I talk about Java, J2EE, so J2EE is the older versions, and at present we are not studying, but you say it is so popular that everyone used to call it as an J2EE itself, correct? So I'll just make it clear here that we are not talking about the J2EE at present. We are talking about the upgraded version of J2EE, which is JEE, you can say JEE, correct? And when I say that is JEE, so JEE starts from 5, 6 and 7, that correspondingly it will keep on going it. So we are talking about these all things here, correct? So whenever as such I am saying about the JEE, there is an important concept comes across, which is an annotation based. What is that? Annotation based. Now when I am saying here XML based and annotation based, so this is not exactly the time to discuss what exactly annotation based and what exactly XML based. I am not even talking about that, but I'll just give you one small introduction about all these things, that whenever we are writing any kind of servlet examples, so that all complete servlet components, different components, whatever we are writing, that we are configuring inside this web XML, there will be a specific name which we will be calling it as a web XML. We will call here, this is the specific name of that. We will be calling this one as a web XML, correct? At the same time now, in a modern programming languages, people were trying to reduce the code as much as possible, and not to write a very big and lengthy and this kind of code. So in that case, annotations are really very helpful in that case to reduce the XML code what we were writing inside that. Okay, so some of you might be aware with some of the web programming, and in most of the places there is the XML web XML is available here, and XML, well, we will see it is a very important component. So kind of things what we will say it is that inside the XML we are providing the metadata. What we are saying? Metadata. So the same kind of metadata can be written with the help of which is called as annotation. So see, if you will say, sir, this is the first class and in the first class itself you are talking about the web XML and annotation. No, not exactly. I am not talking about all that. Here at present I am just trying to give you the things what we are going to discuss in the case of servlets, correct? So this is what I have explained. I have told you that the two major important parameters what we are going to discuss with reference to the servlet, and on the servlet we will be covering, that is XML based servlet as well as the annotation based servlet here, right? So the question what it comes here is, sir, what exactly servlet is? What exactly servlet is? How we are going to what we are going to talk about the servlet here? See, so see, I'll write few of the things. What is that few of the things I'm going to write now here? Say the very first one is, if I'm saying, say I'll write here that is the core Java. What is that now? Core Java I am writing, fine. So especially in the case of core Java, there are the number of different versions. They have given the basic problem solving different APIs which can be used in a number of places, and it is being used exactly. In the next case now, here second one when I am saying is the JDBC. Third one we are calling it as an servlet, and the fourth important part is the JSP. Initially, any developer related to the Java, or those whoever are learning the web frameworks and like Strut, Spring, even you talk about Hibernate, right, Spring Boot, all these things. Whenever you are going through that, or you are going in the maybe EJB, JMS, JTS, JPA, JAS, JWT design patterns, when you are going in all these technologies, when you are talking about all these sort of things, so in that important question what it comes is whether you are comfortable with the first is the core Java or not. Because when you are going for any interview, any company interview, in that most of the interview first initially for few rounds you are going to get from the core Java, and once they will make sure that you are okay with the core Java, then only they will be proceeding it further. Well, coming to the next one, that if you are okay with that, so JDBC is what, and what exactly you are already now aware with the JDBC part also. So when I am saying it is a database, it's a database when I am saying. So this JDBC helps to get the connection with the database. It is getting connected with the database, correct? Now, at present what we were talking about, we were not talking much about the what is server side, what is client side. We were not talking at all about all these things. But now, when I am talking about the web, when I am talking about the web-based things, so in web-based things, there are few important components. What is that few important components we are exactly talking about? So the few important components is the client side, second one is the server side. These two are the very important things, that what you are going to use at the client side, what you are going to use at the server side, correct? So see, as in the client side, generally what we see is the user interface sort of things, that with which you are going to interact with an applications, and usually we will be calling it as an client side technologies, correct? There are the number of technologies what we have for the client side, which we can call it as an HTML, HTML5, JavaScript again it works in the both side. Well, so I am not much talking about the JavaScript, because this will be a controversial statement specifically about the JavaScript, because JavaScript again is a different kind of things and sort of a scripting language. So in that we can talk about the JSP, correct? Now we have different now components of related to the something Angular and all also, right? So out of that here, so client side at present we are using, that is the basics of, or you can say JSP we will be using for initial one, and something related to the HTML we are going to use, correct? Now those who are having knowledge of HTML or JSP, well and good, and as well those who are not having knowledge of HTML or JSP, then also it is well and good, because for initial things related to the HTML and all things I will be giving you, and I will be, whenever I am writing the examples in that particular examples, I will be talking something related to the HTML also, which is a basic working functionalities related to the HTML, and then correspondingly I will be coming to the JSPs when it is required in that. So don't worry about all that. So this is the basically a client side technologies which we are talking about. Next one, when I say it is on server side, so initially first we are starting with the server side technology, and categorically more focused on the server side technology, which is the servlet we are calling. Servlet, as well as JSP also I am saying it is an server side technology, right? So servlet as well as the JSP. Now when I say servlet, let's talk very specific to the servlet. So servlet is a server side technology which is used to handle the request what is coming from the client side, and based on that request what is coming from the client side, it starts processing depending on the logic what you have written inside that, correct? So that is what the basically servlet we are saying here and we are talking about, right? So we will come to this servlet. So first we need to see that either I use servlet or I use core Java or I use JSP or whatever technologies as such I use it. What kind of applications can be written basically, and for which type of applications servlet and this set of technology is going to be well suited for that, correct? That is one important thing here, right? So we need to understand that very specifically, that what all different types of applications are there, and out of all that applications, in which applications these all set of technologies fits exactly, correct? So now guys, can you tell me what all different set of types of, you can say, applications you have heard about, correct? So whatever applications you have heard about, write it in the comment box or else write it in your chat box, live chat, if this class when it is going on live, so you can write it in the live chat, correct? So these all are the different types of whatever the applications we are writing and all the sort of things which we are doing it. So you can just mention these all things inside that, okay? So I'll come to the what all the different types of applications are there, and out of all these applications where exactly servlet, JSP and this set of core Java fits. But again, now when I say specifically about the servlet, so let's have some working functionalities related to the servlet. So again, in one line I'll just conclude it, that what I am going to conclude here is, say, we are talking about the servlet. Now it's a server side technology. What is this? Servlet is the server side technology, okay? But remember, it is a technology. It is a technology. When I say technology, so here one important questions might be you are getting the technology. The number one point related to the technology is, what is that number one point? The number one point is technology, and second one is the framework. So here when we are learning the Java, so in these things what you can say is the technology which has been given by, the one which is given by Sun Microsystem. Sun Microsystem, initially you can say it's a Sun Microsystem, but now it's an Oracle. So the one which has been given by Sun Microsystem, or now what you can say, in the existing scenario, what you can say is the something called as the Oracle we are talking about. So Sun Microsystem or Oracle, fine. So this is two things which is very important. Either we are talking about Sun Microsystem, so the technology which is the components which has been differently given by the Sun Microsystem, or you can say the Oracle, we are calling it as a technology, especially when we say about the core Java, when we say about the you can say Servlet, JSP and all, these all has been given by the Sun Microsystem, correct? But at the same time, now there are different set of frameworks, like you talk about Struts 1, Struts 2, Spring, Spring Boot, Hibernate, correct? These are all different frameworks has been introduced in order to solve some of the specific problems, or you can say that is the enterprise level problem or the business problems, what we were getting difficulty in order to solve with the help of these basic technologies. So what they have done? What they have done is, these are all different vendors. Vendors when I am saying, so either it is Apache, Red Hat or something like that. Again, there are the other vendors also. So they agreed that we will write a different set of APIs just to solve some of the problems related to the different developers community, correct? Now, but for that, they haven't developed their basic API. Basic API they have not developed here, right? So these are all different basic API who has developed and it's been developed by whom. So this all basic APIs whatever we are having has been, they are using these all API. It depends, either they are using core Java API, they are using, you can say, the Servlet API, they are using JSP things, correct? And based on that all things, they have written their own codes. They have written their own code. They have written their own variety of other components which could help the developers community to solve specific problems here. And when I say these all are open source, these all things are the open source. Open source, when I say, it means that even if you are writing also some good components related to that corresponding framework things, and if they also feels or anybody else also can include that your code or problem solving code in their applications depending on the requirement if they feel it. So that is, everyone can contribute something to that, correct? So these different frameworks has been developed on the basis of these given technologies, whatever these technologies are available here. So that's what we are calling it as a framework here, right? So at present, now when I say it is a servlet also, so servlet initially what the API they are following it from the core Java itself. Whatever the basic API has been given for all that, they are following the same thing inside this. They are not using anything else, or they are not using anything differently, something like that. No, nothing like that. They all are following these all different basic API which has been given by that corresponding technology provider, and based on that, so in most of the technology, whichever their parent company is there, they have developed some API, and based on that API, that corresponding technology providers or different vendors, those who are working in that corresponding category or that working in that corresponding sector, they have developed their own frameworks, right? So this is one introductions what you've got about the, you can say that is a framework and technology, correct? So as I say here is that we are talking about now what is next. Now again I am coming to the point, which is the servlet we are talking. It's a server side component. What is that now? It's a server side. So before starting with this now, let's discuss about some of the, what you can say, the different types of applications. So let's first understand some different types of applications, and then we will go through the other things also. So we will understand first what all different types of applications what we are having at present, and based on these all different applications we will understand what is the things which is available here, and see here the documents which as I am going to show you here, this all will be available with you all, correct? So you can just go through that all the documents which is available here. So instead of just in order to save the time, already we have created the documents. So same thing as such, I am just sharing my screen to all of you so that you can just go through the different, what all the different. Have a look now here, guys. In this, what is the first one is, when I talk about types of applications, when I am talking about the types of applications, so specifically we have the following types of applications, and which is an 5 types of applications we are having. One is standalone applications, client server applications, web applications, distributed applications, and enterprise applications. I'll read it out once again for you. What is that? One is the standalone applications. Hope you are understanding it. What is the standalone applications? I'll be just explaining it to you all. Client server applications, web applications, distributed applications, and enterprise application. When I say standalone applications, so in general, what we see as a standalone application here, see, here as such I have written into this the application that can be accessed by a single user, applications which can be accessed by a single user at a time itself, which means that one applications, if we have any sort of applications we are having, every time we use different kinds of application, like your as already I have written into this, that is your music player, some audio player, and number of systems what we found in our systems like Word and all the Word documents and all, we are using it individually, you can say. What we are using? We are using all these things individually, and if we are using all these things individually at one time, correct? At one time when we are using, individually when we are using. Are you getting my point? We are using all these things individually. Means when I am using that particular application, at the same time somebody else should not be able to use the same applications from the same source. When I am saying same applications might be being used at n number of places, we cannot control that. But when I am saying it as in a same applications, when I am saying it as in something like the same application, which means that the installation of application is there at one place, and if it is there at one place, so it can be used by one person itself at a time. The installation of application at one place and that cannot be used by the multiple users, multiple persons at the same time, that is highly impossible, you can say. We cannot do that. We cannot use it like that, correct? So we cannot get it into this. We cannot go through all these things here. We cannot write it. We cannot use it in that format. So when I talk about the applications, when I talk about something like that, when I am talking about something in that particular form, particular way, so actually the thing what we are having here is that the applications, once we have installed at one place and we are using at that corresponding one person itself, if it is using, that's what we will call it as a standalone application here. Here what I have given some examples of the standalone applications like MS Word, music player, like that. Now hope you can understand these all category of applications which is being used by a person at a time in a particular system itself. We will call it as in standalone applications. Means the functionality of that corresponding applications can't be used by the number of users at the same time. Now when I say about the demerits, or you can say the problems related to this corresponding applications, so the demerits and the problems related to these particular applications is what now? If we have some 1000 systems, so all across 1000 system, we just need to install these applications one by one, and somehow that may give some kind of maintenance problem, some kind of means always you understand that if n number of node of systems are there, and in all the nodes we are installing these different kinds of system or this softwares, one software, so some of may give some problem, and that problem we cannot guess it now itself that what kind of problem that particular applications and the particular system can give. We cannot, right? So all across what you have to do is, one, you need to talk about the type of applications, what problem we are facing, and at the same time we are talking about the corresponding system also in which we are installing. So the problem we may get it from the both side, correct? And important thing here, the key point what I have given is the data sharing among all these different applications what we have, either the n number of nodes of system wherever we have installed across among each other. It's somehow not possible at all. Different applications, different sort of things, whatever we are having, in all across that we cannot talk about data sharing or exchange of a data. Means if some kind of request somebody else is receiving at the same time, other cannot receive that same request, and in request to that corresponding request, in response to that corresponding request, it cannot give some kind of response. We cannot do that, or we don't have that kind of things, which is called as the, specifically we will be calling it as an you can say standalone applications, correct? So if you are getting any questions, please write us in the comment box. Now at the same time guys, here we are having another different types of applications, which is what we are calling it as an client server applications. What is that client server applications? See, when I say that is the client server application, so I'll just read it out for you, and then accordingly I'll be explaining it for you. In case of client server application, applications can be divided into two parts. What is that two parts? One part will be installed in the server part or server machine, and second part will be installed in the different, you can say, the client machines, like the way we were installing the standalone applications, correct? Now once we have installed it, and there is one centralized server, so let's have a look for server applications here. Have a look now here, guys. Say for example, when I am writing few things here, see this is your particular server we are talking about. What we are talking about now? This is the particular server, fine. Some server I can represent in this format itself, correct? So this is the server what we have done into this, fine. Now, so as I said, our application which is there, application what we have is being divided into the two major parts. This application which is there has been divided into two major parts. The part number one what we are saying is the server side. And second one is the client side. So one I am saying is in server side, second one what I am saying is the client side into this case here. Are you getting my point? So one, whatever as I am saying is the server side, the second one which I am saying is the client side, correct? Now, what is the role of this client side? First understand here. Who is the client? For any kind of applications, for any kind of things, the client is the person who is using it, or that corresponding software or application for whom it is. So for whom it is? For us it is, correct? So we are the client first. We are the client. So what we will do? We will be interacting with this one. We will be users. Users are going to interact with this client application. Users are going to interact with this different sort of client applications. We are going to interact. With whom you are going to interact? With these corresponding clients we are going to interact. Let's understand it here. We are going to interact with these corresponding clients in these cases. We are interacting with all of them. We are interacting with them. Here with these users, whoever is the users which is available here. So these users are interacting with these corresponding clients, correct? Now, so with the help of client, so see here, I'll do something here. We are writing here the, or let's say I'm giving the client C1 name. Here I am giving C2, here I am giving C3, here I am giving C4, like that. There could be the Cn, there are n number of other clients what we are having. C1, C2, C3, C4, C5 until Cn, there are n number of different set of clients are available inside this. Is that okay? Now when I say this different clients, so see, in this what is this clients are, and what is this part of, so see here, as I said, it is a server. So server is here installed in a centralized machine. It's a centralized machine. It's been installed, correct? So here what I am saying here is, with this clients, whatever these clients we are having, all are connected with this server over their own individual things, however they are connected, correct? And now this C1, C2 are in different machines. M1 suppose it's been installed. Next when I am saying about M2 we have installed it, or when I am saying here is the M3 we have installed it, or when I am saying that is the M4 we have installed it, or here could be the MN we have installed it, correct? So in all these machines we have installed this different set of clients. right? And why we have installed, and now the user U1 is using maybe the M1 machine, user U2 is using another machine, user U3 is using this particular machine. Like that, there can be the n number of users which they are using this different set of applications. They all are using here this different set of applications here in all the different forms, in the different ways. So I am writing here, what is that I am writing now? M1, M2, M3, M4 and Mn, these all, and these n number of users which is available, U1, U2, U3, U4, U5, these all different set of users which is there, they are using this client through this machine in order to send or in order to get some services. So this server which is there, providing some list of services depending on the what type of your application is and what kind of services you are getting, it depends, and in every case it matters what applications and all sort of things you are getting here, right? So what this server is going to do now, this server what is there is having some set of processings, and with the help of this client they have defined their own services, that these all services we are ready to serve here, like login, log out, register, these all kinds of different kinds of services we may get here with the help of this client installation, and with that services this user U1 will be keep on interacting with the server. So here with this client itself, it is taking some kind of, or well I'll say here, some request you are able to raise with the help of this machine by using this client, correct? U1 is making, user is making some kind of request. To whom it is making some kind of request? It is making some kind of request to that corresponding server. These servers which is available, to these servers they are making some kind of request. Once when you are making some kind of request, when you are doing some kind of processing in these cases, so based on that whatever request you did, it will authenticate it, and as I said, it's some set of services which is being provided by this corresponding services or servers. Set of services in the sense, the user ID and password whatever you have given, it is correct or not. Whatever request you are doing, whether it is an authenticated relevant request or not, based on that it is going to send you the different, what is this now, response to you, and this all across all the clients which it is doing to. But again, what is the main problem in these cases? I hope you are understanding is the client server model here, right? So these all clients are being guided or being served with this centralized servers what has been given here, correct? This is what we will call it as an client server applications. What we are calling it as an client server application. We are calling it as an client server application. Right? In this, if you are getting any sort of questions, any sort of doubts, you can please write it in the comment box again. Correct? Now, previously what we were having, the client server model type of applications, what we see is the Yahoo Messenger and something like this kind of client server model we were having, correct? And as I said it here, the problems related to all these things is the, in case of which one now, client server or in client software has to install across all the machines, and that may gives the some kind of maintenance problem as a client software feature, something like that here. So hope you are understanding this here, correct? Now again when I say about this, I am coming to the next type of applications what we are having. It's called as the web applications. What is that now? Web applications. So the problem associated with the client server model was what? That the different clients may give some or may get some maintenance issues. Different clients may get some kind of maintenance problem. Something like that they can get it here, correct? So if they are getting some kind of problem like this, so some sort of issues they may face, okay, that is fine. So here let's understand in some different scenario, in the different way of getting things here. So see, to solve the problems with the client server application, what was the problem with the client server applications? Which was a maintenance problem associated with the different client machines. That is what the problem was. So to solve the problem with the client server application, web-based application is introduced and which runs on the www. What is that www? It is homework for you, correct? www is homework for you. You need to Google it, what exactly www, because I am not going to tell you at this time, correct? Because why I am saying this? Because every day, in every instance, every movement, everything, whenever you come across anything, what you will do is you will try to search something and you will get the result of that corresponding one, correct? So that's what I am saying here. I am not talking at present about the www. So let's okay. So order to solve the problem with the client server model, they introduced web applications and which is running on the base of www. In the case of what is this now? Web-based applications, application software will be installed on the web server machine only. So here, no need to install it into the client one. I'll come to this again. So application software, web application software which is there, we are installing that application software in a only one side, which is the server side. We are going to install it. We are installing it inside the server machine only. And multiple client can access the centralized web application using any web browser, which we will call it as an web clients, Now, when I say here, so see, there were some problems associated with the, what is that associated with the? I have just displayed it so that you all can read it out for you. So say here, two differently, you see here once, I am just explaining to you, guys, have a look. See the, in the web-based applications, what is that now I am saying? Which is a web-based application. This is the web-based applications what we are talking about now. In the case of web-based applications, on these machines, these all machines, we need not to install, what we need not to install here? We need not to install the, say here, this is your server machine, and whatever the completely web applications what we are having, web applications whatever we have, that we need to install it into the server side itself. We are installing into the server side itself, that we are going to install it here. Are you getting my point? We all are installing it into the server side model itself, server side application itself here. We are installing it into the server side. Okay. Now here we are not talking about this corresponding client. There is no purpose of having the client here. We are not installing the client. See, we are not talking about these all clients. These all are the machines, and in these machines, one form of web clients are available. Web client, or we can call it as an browsers. These all web browsers are available across all the machines. Web browsers are available across all the machines into these cases. Let's understand it here. So these web browsers are available across all the machines, whatever machines we are having at present. Correct? M1, M2, M3, M4, M5, these all web browsers, whatever we are having. So these machines, what we have at present, have installed, what they have installed it here, this M1, M2, M3, M4, all of them have installed, what they have installed here now, they have installed, what they have installed in here, they have installed these corresponding web browsers. Web browsers, what web browsers you have at present? The web browsers what you are having at present is, web browsers what you are having is the Mozilla, Chromecast, Internet Explorer, n number of web browsers you may have in these cases. The different kind of web browsers you may get it all this way. In the different ways, in the different forms, you are having the different set of web browsers. And that is what we are now talking about. That's what we are calling it as a web browser. And I hope now you are understanding that point. What is this all corresponding web browsers are? Are you getting my point? So these are all different set of web browsers here we are specifically talking about, and that's what the thing which we are expecting here. Now again into this. Again inside this here, that is the web browsers we have, web M1, M2, M3, M4, M5. Like that way we are having, that is the MN we are having here across the different ways and the different forms. We all are having these all things. So there is no client. So what you can do based on a web address, what web address we will be getting, like www.jtcindia.org, www.gmail.com, google.com, these all are the URLs we have, has been dedicated on in this server that will be registered with specifically with one kind of IP. Correct? So now whenever you will make the request, so we will explain what is the DNS server and all, how it works, what are the other functionalities related to this. So basically it solves the many problem. Number one, let me explain you what was that basic problem related to this. Few of the things what we are getting. The one what we were getting is, I hope it is visible to all. Fine. Okay. The number one point what we are getting is, see, it was the stand alone application first. What I was talking about, the stand alone application. In standalone applications, what was the problem? Data sharing not possible. Data sharing was not possible. And some kind of request and response model was, somehow it is not available. Data sharing was, and maintenance problem. Maintenance problem was there. If some problem occurred, so we need to maintain it. That is one problem. Second problem was with the client and server model. Client and server model, that across all the machines we need to install the clients, the client applications what we were having, and all of them has to be taken care separately for their different set of, what you will say, maintenance you need to take care. So that is one. Now here what we have is, see, the entire applications, here it was being divided into the two parts. One is the server part and here is the client part. These two applications we were dividing it into the two different forms. One was the server part and second one was the client part. Here, getting it? Server part as well as the client part in both of the cases. Now then after we are having only the, which one now? Web client based applications. When I am saying that is the web based applications here, so in the case of web based applications in these cases here, what we are next going to do? What is the further things we are going to achieve? That is also one important thing is associated with this. What is that important thing associated with this now? Now, understand here. What is the important thing, guys, now in this case? The important thing what we are talking about is M1, M2, M3, M4, M5. We are getting all these things, correct? We are getting all these sort of things here. Different kinds of web clients and all other sort of things we are getting across all these things associated with the different kind of set of things which we are having here in this, correct? So we are getting all these things, correct? And now when we have these all different set of things, different set of processes what we are having here in this, guys, understand it here in these all modules. So with the help of web browser they can access it. So all these problem here has been solved in the case of web based applications. It's been solved in that case. In the web based applications these all problem has been solved. Here data sharing is possible, there is no maintenance problem, correct? And if any problem occurred here, that is server is not going to be responsible with that. So these all most of the problems which is there has been solved in the case of web based applications. So hope you are now okay with the web based applications, guys, here, correct? The different types of applications what next we are talking about, and you see here, that is the web based applications can be implemented in the Servlet, JSP, struts, JSF, and again other technologies are also available. Data sharing is, yes, it is possible. No maintenance problem because modification will only happen at the server side. Modification you are not going to do, or you are not going to respond, you are not responsible to do kind of modifications at every place, every client and something like that. You are not doing at all these things. And since you are not doing all these things in the different applications in different forms, then there is no problem at all here. Now next one what we are getting is enterprise applications, or you can say that is the distributed applications. What exactly distributed applications are? You also can give the things here. So what is distributed application? Distributed application is a current trend in the companies which allows business partner to share their informations among them, which means that for a kind of, for the particular business things only they are designing it here. And next time coming to the enterprise application, why I am not going more into this, because it is somehow not related to, just I am giving you one kind of sort of informations related to all this, and that you can go through this. Now when I am talking about enterprise applications, so what exactly these enterprise applications are? So enterprise application in the term used to describe the application or a software, what is this now? That a business would use to assist an organization in solving the enterprise problem. Here if you will see one word which is very frequently coming, which is what we are calling it as an enterprise, every time it is coming here, correct? So enterprise application is the term used to describe the application, or the what software is used to describe the application or the software that a business would use to assist an organization, in problem solving. What kind of problem solving? Enterprise problems. So let's see what exactly enterprise problems are. So in that one we'll see, when the word enterprise is combined with the application, see we are talking about enterprise application, correct? So enterprise which is there has been combined with the, you can say the another word which we will call it as an application. So it usually refers to a software platform that is too large and too complex for an individual or a small business to use, correct? So enterprise application is typically designed to interface or to integrate with the other enterprise application used within the organization that is deployed across all variety of networks, which is intranet, internet, corporate networks, while meeting strict requirements, security administrations and managements. So here see, I have just given here the theory part, guys, and well, hope you can go through that, you can understand all these things. So I am not just giving much time on all these things. Now our major focus was, the majority things what we were focusing was, which one that is? The majority things what we were focusing was, it was the web application, guys. What was that now? It was the web application here. The majority, this is what we were focusing where. This was the main important prospect of focusing the, which one now? It is the web applications, correct now? When I say web applications, so specifically here, say have a look. When I am talking about the web application, so these web applications are something in a different forms, in the different modes which we are using it here. So these web-based applications, whatever we are having, whatever we are having here, guys, understand it here now. The web-based applications we are having here, as I said, it is in the two parts. One part is server side, or you can say not two parts exactly. Web-based application which is there is having only one thing. The complete whole applications what we are talking about, whole application will be installed. What is that? Will be installed. Where it is going to be installed now? All this set of applications which is there will be installed in a, where it is going to be installed? Remember this point. These all things which is there will be installed in the server only. What is that now we are talking about? That is the server only will be installed here. These all applications, these all set of things which is available here will be installed in a server. Where it is going to be installed? In the particular server. Will be installed in the server here. Make it clear here now, guys. Will be installed in a corresponding server here. Fine. So when I am talking about, so in this also two types of basic applications we will get when I am developing this web-based application. In this also two major category of applications what we are getting here. The one which I am saying here is the, which one now? Static application. And second one is the dynamic application. So one I am saying static application and second one is the dynamic application. In general what I am saying is what is a static application? A static application is that there are fixed set of response for every kind of request. Means based on the behavior of a user, based on the behavior of a client, the response what you are going to get is not going to change in any case. That's what we are calling it as an static application. When I say dynamic application, so dynamic applications, depending on your particular kind of request, how you are making this raw request to the corresponding server, based on the request it is going to read it, analyze it, and based on that from the server side you are going to get the response. differently in the different forms, in the different ways, and that is what we are now calling it as, what we are calling this one as is the dynamic application. What we are calling this one as a dynamic application. So have a look here. In static types of applications, say here, a static type of application, we will be same, as I said, we will be same for all the client, and the client cannot interact with the application. Means, as I said, that for every kind of request there is the same kind of response, correct? So client which is there is not going to interact, and interaction in the, see again, interaction, when I say, there are different level of interaction from your database to your business logic, from your business logic to the client side. There are again different level of interaction is there. So well, I am not again so here you just understand that any sort of request what you are sending, you are going to get the same sort of response, and that's what we are calling it as an client side or client application, or sorry, static application. Well, in the case of dynamic applications or dynamic web applications, in this type of applications, client can send a data to the server. Fine, it is. I'll explain you what data we are talking about. I'll just first read it out for you. This is a kind of theory part which could be important for you. So application client can send data to the server, and that data will be processed depending on the processing of the response. Again, I'll read it. The type of applications, client can send the data to the server. Who is the client? You are the client. So you can send, if you are using that corresponding application. So if you are using that application, you can send some data to the client or to the server. Data will be processed depending on the processing. The response will give the client to view applications varies from the client to client, which means whatever the client request, whatever the client is requesting, based on that request, based on that corresponding kind of things, user is going to, or server is going to respond back in its own, in its different model, in the different forms. Whatever request as well as the response, different sort we are getting it here, based on that itself we are going to get the some output here, correct? So here now, Servlet can be used for developing dynamic web applications. What Servlet can be used? For developing the, which one now? Dynamic web applications, correct? Dynamic web application means there will be interaction between the client to server, server to the database. All the places there are different sort of interactions which is going to take place, right? So Servlet, as I said, while I was starting the class, at that time itself I said it here. What is that? Servlet is what here now? Is the server-side component that receives requests from the browser. Web browser, what we are calling it as a web client. In further things, in further lectures, you will be able to understand it here. You will listen it. What is that we are talking about, right? So here, server-side component which receives requests from the web browser. It is receiving some request from the web browser. Process the request and sends the response back through the web browser. Okay, now see, I'll just explain it here, guys. When I'm talking about the dynamic web application, what is that now? It's a dynamic web application we are talking about. What is that dynamic web application, guys, we are talking about? Understand here. When I'm saying here dynamic web application, here is the dynamic web application we are categorically talking about. The dynamic web application is what? Something. What is this dynamic web application? A client, see here, two parts we are dividing it here. Here is the client, or client side we are saying. This is the client. And here is the server side we are talking about. So one I am saying is the client side, second one what I am saying is the server side, guys, here. So let's get it into the point. What I am saying is the client side, second one what I am saying is the server side here, correct? So let's say here you are there, user. So in this case, when I am making it UN, username, so there are the place to provide the data. Here I am writing password. You are providing some data. Here you are writing submit. You are submitting it. Or in another form, you are writing register. So here when you are submitting it, fine. Or maybe you are clicking on this. So what you are doing, this is the request you are doing. You are clicking, you are providing. So what it will do, see now when you are providing user and name and password, so depending on that it can give you. So here is the servlet what we are using at present. Servlet we are using. So see here servlet is taking this request. Now all internal details we will discuss it in here more in detail. So this request is coming to the servlet. This request is coming to the servlet. So when this servlet is taking the request, so first it is receiving the data. Servlet is taking the data, receiving the data. From where it is receiving the data? From the client it is receiving the data. What kind of data? Whatever the requests what you are making here, that data you are receiving. Who is receiving? Servlet is receiving that data. Are you getting my point? The servlet is receiving the data. Second one now. Processing the request. What it is doing? Processing the request. And third one again is sending response back to client. Sending response back to the client, correct? So here you are getting the response. Here you are getting response in the sense is, take it in a easy manner that you have some set of tasks. You are making some request. To whom you are making some request? You are making some request to that particular servlet. You are making that request. Based on that request, you are processing it, and after processing this request, you are sending back this request to the corresponding client. This is what you are doing it at present. This is how you are taking the things further. So when you are taking the request, what you are doing? You are taking the request, processing that request, and after processing that request, sending back that response back to the corresponding client. This is what you are doing exactly. Maybe while processing it, it may interact with some other component. That component is interacting with the database. I'm not naming any component. It is giving some, again it is sending some request here. You are getting some response. Here it is giving some response. You are getting it, correct? So this is what we will call it as a dynamic kind of applications into this case. In this particular one itself, the one here, what I am saying here, this particular part is you are accessing with the help of web browser. You are accessing. What you are accessing? With the help of web browser you are accessing, guys. You are accessing with the help of what? With the help of web browser you are helping. So this is whatever kind of requests you are making through these all things, you are getting the response back again into this case, correct? And this is what we will call it as a dynamic web application. And when we are learning the servlet, so we are going to talk, or we will be writing this all these different on the basic architecture. What we are going to use for our application is, this is how we are going to use it, and this is how we are going to process it here, guys. Correct now? Okay. So now let's have a look. Okay, and one more thing, like with the time when you have started Java, which is a core Java, so started learning some of the basic components. Basic component, what was that? What is JDK? What is JRE? What is JVM? and number of different basic concepts of the things you started learning in that case, correct? Now here in this case, now we will be learning some again few basic components related to all these things, that what, where and how it is being processing and what all the basic terminologies which is being used in the case of web applications again and again. So that's what now we will be talking about. So just have a, the one which again I am talking about here is see here, we are getting general technical terms. What is that general technical terms? We are writing here web server. What we are writing? It's a web server. Web client, web container, HTTP, TCP IP, DNS, web applications. Web server. Again I am saying web server, web client, web server, web client, web container, HTTP, TCP IP, DNS, web applications. This different sort of web technologies, web framework, HTML and all. These all are the, at least just now as I have shown it to you here, is the basic 10 terminologies what we are going to learn. What will be required for us in order to understand the different things here, different terminologies again. Correct now? So web server, web client, web container, HTTP, TCP IP, DNS, web application and all other sort of things which we are getting it into this here. Okay. Let's have a look now here into this. Now when I am talking about web server, so what is the web server? And see, here I am just showing you the theoretical parts. The same thing with the same movement I will be explaining you here also. I will be writing the examples on the basis of that, and there I will be showing it to you what exactly web server is, what exactly web client is, how these all are interacting with each other. We are going to talk about that. We are going to discuss all that, correct? Okay, so just have a look now here. A web server is an application which receives HTTP request from the web client. Remember that point. Read it out properly. Read it out guys properly, because in a very simple language things has been written for you so that you can read it out, correct? Because whatever I'll explain you may remember at this particular time, but further you may not remember, right? So if this theory part is there, at least sometimes you can read it out, all this thing. So web server is an application which receives HTTP request from the web client. HTTP full form, do you know what is the HTTP full form? I'll come to that. So web server is an application which receives what? HTTP request from web client and process that request and helps web container and sends the response to the web client. Sends the response to the web client. Getting it? Here terminology is what you are getting. The terminology is what you are getting is very basic terminology is what you are getting again and again. And just now when I was explaining here, I explained all these things. What is the web server, what is the web client and all other sort of things that already I have explained to you all, right? But again I'll be coming, so I'll be keep on noting down all these things. One we are getting here is the first point what we are getting is the web server. Web server we are getting. What web server is doing? Receiving HTTP request from web client. So another terminologies which comes into the picture, which is a web client. If you want to relate here the web client, so that we can call web browsers in a simple terminologies. What we can call it as in a simple terminologies, we can call it as an web browser. Correct? Web browser is what? Your Mozilla, Chrome, Firefox, n number of web browsers are available, right? Now here, so say here, okay, so when we got it here, we have Apache server, Tomcat Apache we are having as a web server. We are more specifically in the case of servlets, we will be talking about this Apache server itself, correct? So what is the functionality of servers and all? It provides a complete, you can say, the life cycle mechanism to handle the different requests which is coming from the client and processing it further. This is what the web server exactly talks about. Okay, we will come to that all. What is web client? So see, web client is an application. See, web server was also an application. Web client is also an application which sends the HTTP request to the web server, and web server receives and responds from the web server. Okay, now, so in these terminologies, when I say in the web server, so in web server there is one important point. The important point in the web server is the web container. Here we are talking about. What is that we are talking about now? Web container. Now what is the web container is doing? So again I am saying is an applications. See, there are again application provides the services. So these all are not the services, these all are the applications, and these all different sort of applications. Whatever here as it is I am talking about, these applications are providing different services. So that also we will be discussing what all different types of services these all different applications are providing here. So web container is an applications responsible of managing the complete life cycle of a servlet or JSP. Life cycle, again a terminology, I'll write it here. What is the life cycle of that? So here I'll write it here, life cycle. Here I am writing what exactly life cycle is, how we are going to talk about this all life cycle. Okay, so that is one thing which I am saying here, that is the life cycle of that complete application, correct? Life cycle of a servlet and JSP. And web container offers the free services. So here see, as I said, these all we are talking about here is the applications. Applications I am saying here. This all which I am saying here is the application. I am talking about all these things as an applications, guys, here, correct? And these applications offers, each applications offers some services. Services here it is offering, correct now? So what kind of services now? Have a look here now. So web container which is there, so in this case here, two types of services what we are getting here. Low level services. So here web container services is, one is low level services, and second one what we are talking about is the, which one is the middle level services. What is that now? It's an middle level services. Middle level services. One I am saying here is the low level services. Second one what I am saying is the middle level services. These are the following things what we are getting into this. So one is the middle level services, and next one what we are talking about is the high level services, correct? Now what is low level services? IO streaming, net threads. When we will understand the life cycle, there we will understand what is the IO streaming, threads, networking. Whereas in the middle level services, resource management, life cycle management, declarative security management, JSP life cycle, and all other sort of things here, correct? So okay, now here are the some more explanations related to all these things. What is HTTP? Hypertext Transfer Protocols. In BTech or in your MCA and all things, whatever you would have done, or in BCA, you would have gone through all these things. TCP IP, I am not going again all these things here, right? What is DNS here? You see, DNS is Domain Name Services Registry. Okay, I'll be explaining web technology, servlet, web framework, struts, Spring MVC, JSF, and all other things. So guys, before starting the servlet, before going into the servlet, you need all these things, basic knowledge. And just now what we were talking about, web server, we will be using Apache, Tomcat Apache, web client, your web browser, web container which is there will be the part of web server, which will be providing two types of services, which is free of cost. One is the low level services, second one is the middle level services. What is low level services? You have gone through this in the documents, I have shown it there, and again I will be explaining you. And next one is the middle level services. What is middle level services? That also I will be explaining it to you, correct? Now we will be talking about the, okay, till these points, this all were the basic, you can say the things which you need to know before starting the servlet. If you are aware with all these things when you are starting the servlets, it's well and good for you. You will understand it again in a very better manner. You will come across the things like differently here, right? So we will start up with the, which one now? It's in servlet we are going to start, and the servlets which we will be talking about here in these cases here, right? In the last class we have discussed about the basics of our general topics related to the servlets, that what all basic things could be there related to a servlet and processing associated with a servlet. All that things we have gone through that, correct? Now here what next thing what we are going to talk about is how we are going to, or my question is, means all the basic small things you might have seen it here, right? As well as parallelly I have shared some documents also with you all. You must be going through that, you must be reading it out, all these things, fine? So suppose your question is, okay sir, that we got it here, so still we are on the topic is what is servlet? Question is, what is servlet? Fine. So when I am saying, when you are asking what is servlet, so servlet is a server side technology, or in another form, if we'll say here, it's a server side programming language. It is a server side programming language, servlet is, fine. So here, apart from this, here just have a look at servlet here, right? So when we talk about the servlet, so see here, what is the servlet? Servlet is a web technology which is used to develop the web-based application. What is this now? It's a web-based application. So that already in the previous session I have explained you about the web-based, what exactly web-based application is. So what is this now? Servlet is the web-based technology, correct it is, and it's been provided by Sun Microsystem. So previously Sun Microsystem we were there, and then further it's been overtaken by the, you can say, Oracle. Now next one here it is, as some, or the next point what here I have just written is, web application is a type of application which whole application will be on the server machine. Just now I have explained in the last class itself, I have explained about the server side, and that can be accessed with the help of web browser, or in another form we will be calling it as a web client. So with the help of web clients we can access all these sort of things. With the help of web client we can access the different components which is there associated with the servlet in these cases, correct? Now here the next thing is what? To develop the web application you need to develop the client side component as well as server side component. Here I will be explaining you about what exactly client side component is and what exactly server side component is here. Now client side component, in the previous video already I have explained you. Those who haven't gone through that, go through the last class. Server side component is something like that can be written in the HTML, JSP, SXTML something, and now the server side component can be developed by using the servlet, JSP and filters, etc. here. Here is one, guys, the basic diagram which I have just written here in order to explain the basic functionalities of the complete application, how things works, what all the again internal processing things, how it is working here. So say for first example, this is client machine. When I am saying client machine, so see here I'll explain you, or I'll here itself in this class itself, I'll show you how to write the first servlet example. So in this here, this is the client machine what you are getting. Client machine means in your system what you have. Your system, that's what you are having, which we are calling it as a client machine. Now in that, you are hitting to a some of the, you can say URL or address you are typing it, web address you are typing. So something called as the JTCINDIA.org. With the help of this browser, that browser could be anything, you are typing it, and that request is going to the DNS server. Fine, it is now. When it is going to the DNS server, so in the DNS server, with this given URL, with the corresponding given URL, there is one machine IP which is there here. What is this now? Machine IP is available associated with that. Now in the case of machine IP, whatever the IP we are getting here, this machine IP is available. Associated with this particular machine IP what we are getting here, this is the machine IP what we are having, right? It is, so this is the machine IP we are getting here. Fine. Now when I am getting this machine IP, so in this server machine is there. In server machine what is there? Web server is there. Inside the web server what is there? Container is there. And in container there could be n number of applications which is currently running it here. So all these terminologies, once I am installing the Tomcat, and then you will see what all things is working inside this here. So I hope you understand, basically like you are typing facebook.com, you are typing youtube.com, or whatever you are doing it, right? So this is how internally it is working in that case. Any questions in this now? Hope so there is no questions and no doubts again associated with all that. Now coming to the next scenario here, guys. What is the next thing we are here is the things which I have already explained about all these things, how is request is working, what all the other processing things which is there here related to all these things. Now here you can just have a look to the corresponding servlet versions and its enterprise editions what we are calling here, correct now? So that's, you can just go through that. Like when we talk about Servlet 2.0 release, so it was under the JWE 1.2, then next 1.3, then next 1.4. From 2.5 onwards, it is called as JEE, correct? And now after that 3.0, 3.1 and respectively other versions are there here. Here now, Tomcat installation and all things. So at present I am first explaining you how things what we are going to write here. Have a look now. Guys, see. Question is now, I want to write a servlet program. What I want to write now? I want to write a servlet program here. I want to write one servlet program in these cases here. Fine. Here, what I want to write is the servlet program I want to write. So I am writing here servlet program I wanted to write here. Fine, it is the servlet program which I want to write. In order to write a servlet program, or in order to develop a, instead of calling it as a servlet program, I am calling it as an web-based application. Here what I am calling it as an web-based application I am calling here. Fine. So when I am saying here this is the web-based application, so in order to write this web-based application, what all entire components we are having? So web-based applications is one shot itself. So in this I am dividing it into the two parts. The one which is we need to develop some client-side technology, or sorry, client-side components using which user or your client can get. So this we can do with the HTML, or basically what we are going to use, some kind of JSP we are using. This is one shot. when I am saying, or when I am talking about second point, so in this now we need the .java file. In another form we are calling it as an servlet program we are calling. And after writing this now, .java servlet, after writing it, third component what we are having is the web.xml we are having. Fourth one what we need is the web server we need. So over the web server, these complete things will be deployed in your system. So from where the first thing we are going to start? Remember that point. So here see that first we have, what is that we are having now? .java file we have, that is the servlet, and we need the servlet APIs also. So I'll write here, fifth one is servlet API. I need it here. What I need is the servlet APIs, different short of servlet APIs we need in these cases. We are in need of different servlet APIs, guys, here. So that servlet API somehow is required in these cases here. These all are the servlet API we need it here. Fine, it is now. So this is the servlet API we need. So this is .html or .jsp file we have. This is the what we have, .java file we have, web.xml file we have, web server we have, and again that is the servlet API we are having. These all are the different components what we are getting in these cases here. Correct now? Okay. So I'll first show you how to write or how to install first. We need all these things. Correct? So first of all, I'll show you how to install the web server here. So we are going to use, so here have a look now in the say here now, guys. At this time, here I am writing here. What is that I am going to write now? I am going to write few of the following things into this. Here I will write it inside this case. I am writing something called as wait a second. First, I'll open the Tomcat I am writing here. Fine. In this system at present, Tomcat which is there is installed already. In this system, Tomcat which is available here has been installed already. Fine. So I'll do one thing here first. I'll make it uninstall. I'll uninstall the Tomcat at very first point. I'm uninstalling the Tomcat, right? So I'll go to the control panel. Here I'm going into the control panel now. Well, let's have a look. Now in this control panel, I'm just going to do few things here. So see, Apache Tomcat we are uninstalling. I'm just closing it. I have uninstalled the Apache Tomcat from this system. I have uninstalled the Apache Tomcat here, see. Now we don't have it. Now the very first thing, what exactly I want to do here is, in this case now, I'm installing the Tomcat, which is the version at present. What we are using here is 9 version we are using. So let's have a look here, guys. Here is the, I hope you are able to see this, the Tomcat 9.0 something as I'm trying to use here. Fine. So well, I'll just do one thing, double click on this, or you can say I'm showing the steps how you are going to develop, how you are going to write first your web applications, and what all the different steps you are following in order to write the first web application in this case. Fine. So well, I am writing here inside this, the next I am clicking here, I agree, next, and here you see there are different port numbers which is available. At this time I am not doing any kind of changes associated with these port numbers, okay. Keep it in mind, I am not doing any sort of changes related or associated with this corresponding port numbers, whatever as such it is available here. Now it is asking one thing, if you can read it out, this message gives some knowledge about this corresponding one when you are installing it. So what it is giving here, please select the path of a Java SE 7.0 or later JRE installed on your system. Fine. So it is asking that please select the path of a Java SE or 7.0 or later JRE installed in your system. It is asking that. What it is asking? That give that corresponding location. So well, I'll do one thing. In our system we have installed maybe the JDK 1.9. So if you will go to the C drive under the program files, we will find somewhere Java folder. See, here you are able to find the Java folder. Now in this Java folder I am just selecting here, what is that I am selecting now? It's in JDK, the version which I have given here, guys. Click on next now. I am installing it here. See, it will take some time to process this complete installation. And well, now at present run Tomcat Apache and this that, everything I am unchecking. And now what we have done is, mostly we have installed the Apache Tomcat here. We have installed it now, guys. There's now what I will do now, next one is, I am just opening Tomcat. So here, monitor Tomcat, it is giving one thing here, this option you are getting in this. Well, when you are getting this option, so in this case now I'll right click on this, run as administrator I am doing here, and after doing it now I am clicking on next. And now you check it out here, here in the this place. It is giving status, service status is stopped, and now we need to start this service. And now I am clicking it, okay. I am just doing it now. Okay, after doing all these things, your Tomcat is successfully installed now. We will write few things here now. Slash localhost, and something 8080 might be the port number for this. So let's check it out whether we are able to install it properly or not? Okay. Okay, I'll do one thing. Instead of doing like this, I'll directly show it with the Apache. Sorry, Eclipse. Now, here is your Eclipse. Here is the Eclipse what we are having. Now with this Eclipse, I wanted to integrate your Tomcat. So I'll do one thing here. I'm writing here, which one now? Workspace. And in this workspace itself, I am creating a new workspace here. YouTube, which I am writing here, or for you, that is the online class. It is the Servlet class as I am writing here, and I am just launching this workspace. Let it process here. It is under the processing. Now you can have a look here. This is a new workspace which I have created here, guys. I hope you are able to have a look on this all things. This is the workspace which I am creating. In this workspace, the very first thing which I am doing here is I'll do one thing. See, previously when you were writing a simple Java program, what you are doing? You are writing the, or you are creating the simple Java project. Now if you will see in this case, now I am not creating a simple Java project, I am creating a dynamic web project. I am creating here, what is that I am creating now? Dynamic web projects as I am creating here. Have a look now in these all things. So when I am creating this dynamic web project, whenever as such I am creating here the dynamic web project. So what is the new things which I am trying to do here? What is the new things as such I am trying to do here? So the web project, whatever we are having here, whatever we are trying to do in this case, the web projects what we have created in this case is something like, here you see that it's a test servlet as such I have created as a dynamic web project. And in this, if you will see here few things, okay, I am not doing any changes, just the web module which I have created selected here is the 3.0 web module, and because of the, depending on the web module, there will be a DTD files will be generated inside the web XML. We will go through that. And now here I am clicking on next, next, and you see here it is asking one thing clearly, that is the generate web.xml deployment descriptor. What it is asking? A generate web.xml deployment descriptor. Yes, click on yes, you wanted to generate the web.xml deployment descriptor, and now click on finish. Now once you have done all these things, Let it open once. Now you see. This is the complete structure what you are able to see. Complete structure what you are able to see. I'll just zoom it for you so that you can read it out. See here, have a look guys here. This is the project structure what you have created here. Now there is one more folder called as the web component, and let's see what you're getting here under the web component. Under the web component there is a meta inf, web inf is available here now. Under this web inf there are again few things which is available now. Under this web.xml now, this web.xml what you have, see here, this is the web.xml what we are having, and here now I am showing you the source. In source you can find here, this is the above one, some code is there. I will be talking about this code later on, what exactly this code is there inside the web XML. Okay, so at present I am not going into these all things, fine. Okay, the next one, next part is that here, see here. So the very first thing is that I need to integrate what? Apache, the Tomcat with this Eclipse, this IDE here, fine. So I am writing few things here. What is that few things I am writing now? In the few things now, hope you are able to see this code. So this is your web.xml. Now I'll just do one thing here. In this server one, you need to click on the server one, the server part which is available here. You are able to see that here in this Eclipse, step by step things as I'm showing you here. So on this part now, I'll just right click on this, you will just do new server, and here you see, I'm just writing here which server we wanted to get. So we are going into the Apache, and under that here the Tomcat 6.0 we are getting here. The Tomcat 6.0 whatever we are getting here. Here Tomcat 6.0 we are getting here, fine. So this Tomcat 6.0 we are getting it, and now you see here the Tomcat installation directory. Where is your Tomcat installation directory? That also we need to have a look. Where exactly my Tomcat installation directory is, and how do I need to go there first? So I am just selecting from here what I need to select now. Under the C drive, program files, Apache Software Foundation, Tomcat 9, and now I am selecting here. This is the Tomcat what you have to select here. Workspace bench, I am not doing anything, just click on and see here. Now if you will check one thing here guys, what I have to do here is I'll just show you in this case is, what is that now? See here. You need to have a look on these things very clearly. See here, available one side, the left hand side available, right hand side configured, it is coming. So at present in this workspace, in this complete workspace, what all different projects which is available here, that it is showing here. The different number of projects whatever is available here, it is showing that here in this. The number of projects which is available here, it is showing that. And at the same time, here is the project what it is available here, that it is showing you here in this case. And configured one, so at present it is showing that there is no project configured yet. So if you want this project to be configured, because see, in a workspace you could have n number of projects, but it is not mandatory or it is not necessary that all the projects whatever you are getting here, that all will get configured into your corresponding one. So that is one very important thing which you could understand here, which you could get it into these cases, correct? So it's not mandatory at all that all the projects which is there that will be configured inside this. So what I'll do now here, this particular project, now I'm adding to the configured one. So see, once I have added it, it came to the configured side. And now once it is coming to the configured side, so click on finish here. I have just done the finish of this project. Here you see, Tomcat 9.0 stopped. It is stopped, means this is your server, and at present your server is not running at all. Your server whatever is available here guys, so it's not running at all here, correct? Your server is not running here. First, so I'll do one thing. In order to check everything whether it is okay or not, I'm just doing one very simple thing, that is the Tomcat 9.0 whatever is there here. I'll right click on this and I'll start the server. So I'm just doing right click on this and I'm starting this server here. Have a look. I have started this server. When I have started this server, so see here, it is giving some errors here. You see, you can just read it out. Whenever I have started it, it is giving some error here in this. What is that error? So error is giving related to something called as the port number, which is 8005, 8080 and 8009. This is the complete port number what it is giving in this, which is required by something and already in use. Okay, this 8080, 8005 and 8009, three port numbers are there. You can note it down. 8080, 8005 I'm saying, and next one is the 8009. These three are the port numbers what we are having, which is running it here. Okay, now what I do here is, now I'm going to change this port number. So from where I need to change this port number? See, in your wherever you have configured this server, so you will go into this now server. I'm just going into this. After going into this now, server.xml you are going, and immediately after going all these things here, Control F, you do one thing. Here you see, Control F I'm doing. And what was your port number? The first port number what we were having is the 8005. 8005 I am writing, and I'll be replacing this by 1234. This is the port number. Find and replace. I did it here. Yes, it is all replaced. We'll do one thing, save it now. Once again I am just using the Control F, and when I am using this Control F, so I did for the, now I'm looking for the 8080. This is the port number I'm looking, and something called as the 999 which I'm replacing it. So find and replace it, replace all. I closed it. Again I am saving it, and the last one more port number what we have is the 8009. 8009 something I am writing, and something here I have written something like this, replace all, closing again into this case. Here I am saving it here. Fine. Okay. So in these cases guys, what next further things which we are looking for? So this is the server.xml. From here you need to change all these things. Well, I can do one thing here, that now I am going to start this server again. So let me see whether I am able to start the server or not. We are starting the server. Well, we have started the server. There is no problem at the time of starting the server here. Fine. We have started the server here. See, at present I am just showing you all these things related to the Eclipse, and parallelly I will also tell you how. Okay. Now I'll do one thing here. I just want to do some kind of structure deployment into these cases here. So see here, what all the different things, options what you are having at present. Here you see. What I'll do here is, in these cases now we have the Java resources also. Here we are having the Java. So see, remember one thing here. few of these resources what we are having here. So you need to understand these all folders, structures, where and in which what the corresponding things are available into this, how these things are available here, what all the other processings are available here. So we have a project name. The project name what we have is the test servlet we have. This is the project name. Fine. Under this particular project, we have one more thing which is called as the Java resource. We are having, this is the Java resource. Fine. I hope you are able to see. And inside this Java resource, we have folder called as SRC. So under the Java resource, we are having one folder which is called as, which one now? It is the SRC folder we are getting here. And next to that, now we have one more thing called as, under this particular project itself, we have one more important file which we are getting is the web content we are getting. What is that we are getting now? Web content you are getting. Fine. And under the web content, we have one more important thing which is web INF we are having. Correct? These all things we are having. And inside this web INF, we have one more thing called as web.xml inside this. Understand here now, guys. Have a look now here. See what I was talking about. The one thing what I was talking about, this is your test servlet. It is your project, or in Eclipse when we talk about, so this is dynamic web project we are talking about. This is the dynamic web project. We are talking about this particular one is the dynamic web project here. This is the dynamic web project we are talking about. Here one is the dynamic web project. Under this dynamic web project, there is a resource called as Java resource is available here. This is Java resource at present is available, guys, inside this case. We are having the Java resource. Under this Java resource, SRC folder. So in SRC folder, you will write your .java file, or you are saying it as an servlet you are going to write. Whatever servlets you are going to write, whatever things you are going to define, that all things you are going to write into the SRC folder. Fine. I will tell you how to write the SRC folder. Now you have two things here now. One, directly you have web content. What you have now? Web content. So whatever related things which is there related to the web. So what is there now? Your client side technologies, correct? So directly in the web component, you will write your .jsp file or .html file you will write. This is things you are going to write directly inside the web component here. See, directly inside web component. This I am going to write directly inside the web component. I am going to write here, correct? And after writing this directly inside the web component, now next another point is there. Here this is the web XML. So web XML needs to be changed as per the requirement. So this is there under the web INF. Make it clear here now. Whenever you are writing at the beginning level, the most problematic mistakes what you are going to do is, this is the thing which you are going to do here. So this one I have written here is the web.xml also I have written here, guys, understand it here. This is the web.xml sort of things which I have written inside this. Now let's understand something differently in some different way, in some different manner here. What is that I am going to now say? Say here now. Web.inf, web.xml is available now. So everything is fine now. So here let's write the program on the basis of the same things as such whatever we are having. Fine? Okay. So our first task is what at present I am just trying to write here. What is that? A .html file I will write so that I can show you how it is going to display something on your console. So I am writing, what is that I am going to write now? .html or the .jsp file, well I am going to write it inside this case. Fine. So let's See, in the web component folder, I am writing new, and in that HTML, I am going to define few more things here. So I'll write one more HTML file here, guys. So say here, I'm writing something called as the index.html. Well, I'm going to write, and well, after doing this, I'm clicking on next, and well, we will see what we are going to do. So instead of selecting HTML5, I'm doing it HTML4, something like this, and now I am clicking on this something here. After doing all these things, now here you see, this is the HTML. So in HTML, I hope you are aware with that. Those who are not aware with the basics of HTML, what is HTML tag, head, meta tag, title, body, all these things, you please go through that, have the basic knowledge of all these things, and then we will talk about this. So here, well, now I am writing H1. This is the H1 something I have written here. So inside the H1, well, I am writing and opening as well as the closing tag. So hi, this is my first servlet test I am doing. Example I am doing here. This is the my first test servlet example which I am doing in these cases. Correct? Now, associated again in this case, here what is the further things which I want to do? Here see, web.xml you have, then we have index.html we are having, all the sort of things we are having, fine. So this index.html I need to register into the web.xml. You see here. Here inside this already it is available here. What it is already available, that is the web.xml. Inside this welcome file, index.html is already available, and rest of the things. So I'll tell you what is the meaning of writing multiple welcome pages. But at present, okay, let's not talk about that. Why do we write it? So at present, what I will do now from here, I am removing all these welcome files from here. I have just removed it, everything. I am not writing anything inside this. I have removed all the welcome files here. Nothing is there inside this. Fine. So this is the welcome page first I have written. So, although it will not be able to take any request and something like that. But first is based on the servlet, based on the server, how when we are running the program, how things are being processed. So let's look at this. Now I am running it here. So I'll right click on this, and after doing it now, I am running the run on server. We are doing something here. Fine. Okay. When I am just clicking on run on server, I am clicking on here OK. Here you see one web page what you have got here, that is the hi, this is my first servlet test example. We got it. We got the HTML. Now you see one more thing here. See, inside this HTML, I wanted to create, what I want to create now? Some of the basic form I wanted to create. I want to create, what is that? Some of the basic form I wanted to create in the case of HTML. So what is that basic HTML forms which I wanted to create here? That again you should understand here what the things, what is the processing which I am talking about. So what is the main objective here? Let's have here first with a diagram, and then you will understand it in a more better manner. Say guys, have a look. I hope this point, what as such I have explained you, it is clear to you all. Where, which file, where, what I need to write is fine for you all. So in these cases now guys, I'll write few more things here. What is that few more things I am going to write now? Have a look now. See, I wanted to write a basic test web applications like this. See, what is the test web basic applications? I am just creating one simple login.html I am creating, or instead of login, what I can say here now, I am creating, what is that I am creating now? I am creating few things here, which is the index.html I am creating. What is that? Index.html, well, I am creating in these cases. Fine. In this username and password I am going to write here. This is the username and password, and well, submit I am doing. So this is the username and password, well, I am doing here, that is the submit I am doing here. Fine. This is the thing which I have written here. So this is one form I wanted to create it first. I want to create here one form of this index.html. Again, associated with that, when it is making some request, so this is your client side things. It is your client side. And at the same time, this is your server side component. So in server side component, you are going to write what? Servlet. And this both things you are combining with each other by using something called as the web.xml, or the same thing which we can do with the help of annotation also we can do. So we can use all that things in the different possible manner, in the different forms we can write it here. Are you getting my point? This is how differently things are working. Into the web.xml you can write here web app, and associated with this I will tell you what is the internal processing. So one, I need to create this, and then I need to write the servlet, and then accordingly HTML as well as the servlet, both I need to update into the web.xml. Fine. So have a look now, guys. So in these cases, first I just want to write here I am writing here the form. When I am writing this form, so in form you need to first decide the action. So I am writing here login.jtc is my action name. Login.jtc is what the action name what we are having. And at present, just by writing the login.jtc, which is an action name, I wanted to write in this form, I wanted to create one table. I hope you are getting it. So this table I want to create, and when I am creating this table, so in this one I am writing tr and something called as the td here, right? So well, I am writing here tr, table row, and in this you can say that is the table row, whatever you are defining inside this, we are going to write something called as the table data also. Fine. So I'll do one thing. Here I am closing it. tr I have written. In this table row, I am writing here one td. In td, what is that I am writing? User name I am writing. This is a very simple one I am creating here. This is one tr data you have written, table row data we have written here. Fine. It is giving some error. Okay, we will see it. Now in this case itself, I am defining, see, what I have written is the table username I have written. Next I want to write what is the behavior of this username, whether it is going to take the kind of text or you are going to take it is, so what kind of things it is going to exactly have things.
So I am writing something called as the TD, and this inside this here I am writing here this TD, something like this. Now when I am writing all these things, TD and all other sort of things, whenever as such I have written into this username and all this. So in this case now I am writing here input. What is that input? So input type is equal to something called as the text I have written here. Input type is equal to, I have written here the text inside this, and associated with this now I am writing here something called as the, which one I am writing? See, text it is. So some name, and that name whatever as such I am writing, it's a logical name, something I am writing with which we can access this data. So see here, TR as well as the TD something I am writing into this, and well associated with all these things here now, the different way of writing the things we have written here inside this. Getting my point now? So here, well, you can just give it like this. So we have written something like this here, TR. Well, again now into this here itself, I'll write one more, you can say the TR. Well, one you have written, that is the username, and next what I'm going to write is the, so username as well as the password, something like that we will write, and then we are proceeding it further in these cases here. Fine. So we got the TR, something called as that, again in that form. TD we are writing, we have closed the TD here. Fine. And what next now? Okay. Again one more TR I have written, and associated with this TR I have closed it here. So see, remember one point, up to one extent whatever tags you are writing, whatever tags you are doing, means writing here, that tag which is there, you must have to close that tags there itself. Fine. You are just closing this tags. Now I am writing again TR. Into that now I am writing here TD, and well, I'll close this TD. Inside this now I am writing password, I am writing, and here you have a look now. Password I am writing, and again in this case now TD something I am writing. Here I am writing, this is the TD inside this case. After writing the TD here, the important thing what we need is, in this case now I am writing here, that is input type is equal to, here password I am writing. What is that I have written now? Input type which is there is the password I am writing inside this. And more or you can say that is more specifically with this, by writing the password. So see, why I am writing password? One is the text and second one is something called as the password we have written. What is the main meaning of both things? If I am writing here type is equal to password, so whenever you will enter the password, at that time you will not be able to show to the user that what kind of password you are entering into this case. Fine. You are not going to enter. Here what you can do, one thing here guys, just I'll just close this magnifier in this. Okay. Here you see. I hope you are now able to understand it here. Now I'll do one thing here. So let's look at this now. What is that now? Here you see. See, when I am talking about username and something, so username should be visible. Username, when I am saying, so username should be visible here. Whatever you will write, it should be visible. But at the same time, whenever you are writing the password, so this password should come like this, something like this, so that what anyone is giving, it is not going to be visible. It should not be visible to the others. And that's the way you are going to write here the, what is that now? Submit also you are going to write. So that is what here we are again writing all these things into this. Hope you are getting it here. Fine. Again, well, in the like further cases here, see here, see here guys. You can have a look here. Here you see. Okay, sorry. Now you have a look here now, see. Means the different forms I can create here. Whatever the total number of forms, so see, this is one form which I am creating here, fine. One form which I am writing it into this here, input type, something called as the form you are writing here. Another different ways, different file. Here I have just written the submit. Here I have just written all of them. That's what I have written here, the submit. I'll do one thing once. It is giving error. Okay, it will go away now. So I'll just now do one thing. I'll just fresh it up. Here you see 3 different actions you have created here. What you have created now? 3 different actions you have created. Now when I am clicking on test.jtc, so here nothing is, 404 is giving. If I am clicking hello.jtc, it is 404 is giving. And again if I am writing admin.jtc, so it is giving the 404. So what is now next option we are having, guys? Say here, I am just showing you at present the first how it is handling the request and response, how it is taking it here. Fine. Okay, so I'll do one more thing here in this. In these cases now, what is this now? Just a second. In Java resource src folder, I am writing one Java file here, you see. It's a Java class I wanted to write here, or a class simple I wanted to write. When I am writing the simple class, so inside this now com.jtc.servlet I have written, and inside this now test servlet I am writing few things here. Now we will get it into the different forms as well as the different manner. I'll write here something. So see, first, before doing anything, I need to build the path here. I need to give the jar file location. Here I am writing built Java path. In the Java path here, I am taking the, here this one, add external jars. Under the C, under the Apache, under the Tomcat, you are getting lib. And in the both of the cases here, servlet API.jar which is there, that I need to build it here. That's what I have done. Now when I wanted to write the servlet here first, so I must have to extend. Why do I need to extend here? That also I'll explain it. So I am writing here, what is that now? Extends HTTP I'm writing here HTTP servlet. This is one thing which I have extended here. I have written into this. When I'm writing HTTP servlet, so well, I'll write here public init method. I'm writing here Servlet Config. I'm writing SC. I have written here, and public void of service I am doing, and this service HTTP servlet request REQ and HTTP servlet response RES I am doing. Okay, these two things well I have written into this, and here is the public void of destroy method I am writing. And you got it one point here that in servlet basically we have three lifecycle methods: init, service and destroy. Init, service and destroy we are having here. So I'll do one thing now. Here you see, now I am going to the web.xml here. See guys, now it is going to be different from the core Java. So you need to again get it into, see, inside the web.xml. Inside the web.xml you have configured already index.html. Now I need one thing here, that is the servlet mapping one thing. I need to map the servlet. So first before mapping it, I need to define the servlet. So well, I am writing here the servlet file, servlet, in that I am writing servlet name, and associated with this servlet class I am writing into all these. So when, well, I have written all these things servlet, so what I need to do now, servlet name and URL pattern I am writing inside this case. So servlet name as well as the URL pattern I am writing inside this. So what is the servlet name here? Suppose I'll write here the test is the servlet name. And what is the servlet class I want to write? com.jtc.servlet I am writing here. So well, I am writing here com.jtc.servlet I am writing something called as the test. Here is the test I have written here. This is the servlet class, fully qualified class name I have given, and associated with this here now, okay, this servlet class and servlet name both I have given here. In servlet name I am writing here the test, and well, associated with this test, see this name, servlet name, this one whatever you have written, and this above servlet name, that must be, both must be the same. So in this one now here, from the index.html I am taking the test.jtc. Well, this is the URL pattern, this is the form action. So I am taking here test.jtc. So well, I am writing here test.jtc. I have written here, this is the file now I am writing here. Fine. I'll do one thing now. Now I am running this particular program. I am running this one. So run as server here. After running the server, what is the further things which I want to do now? See here now. As such, we have got this page. I am clicking on this test.jtc. There is no problem because we have not written any response at present. Hello.jtc we have not mapped, so it is giving 404, and at the same time admin.jtc we have not mapped, so it is giving 404. So this is one. Now in this we can add the username, password and all other sort of things inside this. The different things which is there, we can write it here and we can add it here, guys. Correct now? So next things we will see in the further class. We will extend this program, we will write these programs in a more better manner and more extensively we will write. So if in between that you are getting any kind of questions, any doubts you are getting, you can please keep on writing it. You can please keep on asking the questions. Thank you.
If you can remember, in the last class we have discussed some of the very basic concepts related to the servlets. Now here, in last class itself, I have started writing one example related to the servlet, and in that servlet I was trying to show you what is the and how do we write any basic servlet example and what all the different components we are associating in the servlets. So here, see, first thing is that, as once again I am repeating here, whenever you are writing any kind of servlet, for any servlet program, following things we need it. Number one is .java file we need. Second one now we need, that is web.xml we need. And third one we need, which in sub HTML or sort of JSP we are using. These three basic things are required whenever we are writing basically any web applications we are trying to write, and with the help of this Apache we need the web server in these cases. What we need is now one web server is required for us. So that's the web server we are using here. So we are using, that is the Apache Tomcat here in this case. This is the following things as such we are using. These all are the different options which is available inside this, and that is what we are using inside this. Now more important in this case here is, what is the further things which I am trying to do here. See, so see, first thing is, anything whatever you are writing in the case of servlet, anything whatever you are writing in the case of servlet, what you are going to do is, you are going to first associate all these things, or you are going to register all these things into the web.xml. All these sort of things you are going to specify inside the web.xml. And when you are writing all these things into the web.xml, so the different ways, the different concepts so first tag, if you will see here, this is your welcome file we are writing here, right? In the welcome file we have written here, that is the index.html we are writing here. In this welcome file we are writing index.html, and likewise here the servlet we are writing, servlet mapping we are writing, and again different things we are writing it inside this, correct? Now I'll take one example here, and what is that I'm trying to show you inside this. Here I'm just using this pen, and I'll just draw one diagram what exactly I'm trying to show you here, and with this example you may understand something in a better manner. So just see here, have a look now. Suppose here is our some application we are having. Here is our some applications. This is your maybe your what do you say, like your logic processing which is there inside this particular application we are having here, and it is receiving your request. Handles the request from client. This is the very first thing this particular application is going to do. This is the particular thing which that corresponding application is doing here. Now at the same time, guys, at the same time, what next we need is, there could be a different types of, see here, this is one another, this is something you can say that is the kind of client side things what we are having here in this. So let's say it is the client side options what we are writing in this. when as such I am writing this client side components as I am writing here. This is the client side components which I am writing. In client side there are different action, different you can say the functions we could perform here. One, I am writing this one here. Maybe one task it is. Second task this one is. Third task is this. All these are the different set of tasks which we are writing in this. Now after writing all these tasks, the first one which I am writing may be login. Let's say I am writing here, it's a very simple thing which I am writing is the login I am writing, correct? And in the same way I'll write here the something called as the sign up I am writing here. What is that? Sign up I am writing in this case. Fine. And maybe again that is the third options which I wanted to write here is the, let's say that is the something called as the forget password. These all are the three different options I have written here. Right? Fine. Now being a user, what you are going to do, you are just going to select any one of these options. Here, from here, you are going to select any one of the option into this cases, correct? You are going to select any one of this option. Fine. This is you are going to select any one of this option, either login or either sign up or forget password. Now and see why initially itself I am taking this kind of example, because in current scenario we all are using different set of applications every day in our daily to daily life, right? All of us are using it here, correct? Okay. So when I am saying here that we all are using this different set of applications and in the different forms, in the different way we are using all these applications. So my question is, if suppose this user is clicking on login or on sign up or on the forget password or whatever XYZ options that particular user is clicking. So depending on the option, depending on the request, if suppose if I'll click on this login, or if I'll click on sign up, or if I'll click on forget. So wherever I click, this is one kind of request I am making it. And depending on the request what I am trying to get it here, or I am trying to make this request, on the basis of that itself I need to get the response also. On the basis of that itself I need to get the response also. Suppose if I am making here this request, so I must have to get the response according to the login, means, and similarly as like the sign up also, as like the forget password also. So first, in order to do these all things, means for each of these actions, let's say I am calling it as an action. So for any of these action, either login action or sign up action or the forget password action, for these all actions, we need to specify something. We need to use some kind of identification thing, so that on the basis of that, your server which is there, whoever is handling the request, they can identify for what task it is. Or maybe there are the cases also that maybe one person itself is handling all these requests, whatever is going here. Maybe these all requests are being handled by different persons. We cannot say at this point anything here, right? So this all could be the scenario that everyone can use, everyone can process all its task in its own different manner. Fine. So for that, what we are doing is here we are using the web.xml just to specify this all set of tasks. Here now see what I have done in this case. First I have used one index.html, and this index.html, whatever as such I have written here the three actions we have designed here. What is that I have designed here? The three different actions we have written here. One action is maybe something called as the submit. Second action is again something called as the short of hello, right? And similarly, we are getting some more actions, maybe the something called as the admin. So see here, if you will, so we can just rename these all things. I am just writing here, what is the name I am changing? Suppose here I am writing login.jtc. In the type submit, you have taken it here, and associatively, like what the value which you are taking here, I am writing here, that is the, it's an login I have written here. Login I am taking here. Login I am taking here. Fine. The further itself I will be exceeding these applications in more. Now when I am saying it here, what is next I am trying to write? As such I said, sign up I am writing, and this is signup.jtc. I am writing here. This is an action. See here, this is the form. This is a form. So for this particular one, we will be calling it as an action. Because on the basis of this particular action, whatever you have specified, this particular is going to be identified, you can say here. So I'll write one more thing. I'm writing, that is the sign up. In this case I am writing, and well inside this login I have written, sign up I have written, and as the same case I'm writing register I am writing, that's the register.jtc, something well I have written in this case. Fine. All these different options well I have written here, and in this case also I'll write reg dot something, or well I'll just write here the register I have written here. This is the, these three are the different options I have written here. These all are the actions. Actions in the sense is these all are the tasks which I am going to perform. These all are the different set of tasks which I wanted to perform here, guys. Let's understand now. Now the thing is, first let's understand here. What is that? I am just trying to run this example at this time. Test servlet I have written here. So I am just trying to run this example here. Run as, when I am doing run as, so run on server I am doing it. And associated with this now itself here, we are finishing it. And well, in this case here you see three actions we have got it. One, what we have got, login. Second one, we have got the sign up, and third one, what we have got, register. Fine. Here I'll just take it on the user console, or sorry, not console, you can say the web client, which is a web browser and all sort of things, anything you can use it. Have a look now here. See, I have just written all these things and I'm running it now. Well, now the question is, which one do I click it here? If suppose I'm writing it login, see here, It is 404 at present, we are getting it. Same time we are writing sign up, okay, and register, all the places 404 we are getting. Now you just need to keep these things in mind, that what here I am talking about. Next, now look at this. Now here what I am doing is, these all are the, as such, the actions what I have shown you: login, sign up and register. Associated with this, now first see, any actions, yes, kya? No, it's not by default functions. Whenever you are writing, I think you have not seen the last video. In that case, I have told it is whenever you are, I'll come to these all things. At present, I haven't explained it. Okay, so I'll come to this point. What exactly in it is, services, destroys, and all other sort of things. Correct. Okay. Now when any, see here, now step by step you just go it here. Here you have created one HTML, and you all know the output of this particular HTML. Whatever we have written, we know all the HTML of this one. What output is going to be, we know it. In the next case here, guys, I need to register these all things into the web.xml, and you can just match with this diagram, that if suppose I click on this one, so what should I do by just doing, or just by clicking on that? Nothing will happen, right? So I need to write into the web.xml, and that web.xml will take this request to that corresponding servlet. Servlet in the senses, you can say that is the where that processing should be handled. So here I am taking the web.xml, and now you say first. See, whenever as I am talking about that is the servlet, so let's discuss something about this. In this case now, we will understand one basic thing, guys. What is that basic thing which we are going to understand here is, this is your servlet mapping what we have written, correct? So in this servlet mapping, first one, in the case of URL pattern, you are just going to write one URL pattern which you are receiving from the client side. So here you see that here these all are the different indexes what we have written, and in these different indexes, one request we may receive from the login.jtc here, right? So I'll take this login.jtc as it is, I'll copy, and here I'll place it inside the called as the test here. In this one I am just writing here, correct? Now the question here is, guys, this and see, this is the action, correct? So when the request is coming here from the client, this login.jtc is there who is identifying. So this login.jtc, you need to write here the servlet name. What you need to write? Servlet name. So see here, first I am writing here, suppose login one servlet name I am writing, here. Okay, this is servlet mapping we have done. Okay, now there is another question, guys, that suppose if you have written the login, so it will search where is the login servlet. We don't have as such any login servlet at this time, correct? So when we are not having any login servlet, so okay, let's do one more thing here. Let's run the program on the basis of this itself, that what it is going to do. Let's run these all things on the basis of this itself. Okay, so well, I am just writing it here, running it, this program again, once again I am running it in front of you. I'll just try to run once again.
and just have a look now. See, it is giving some error. So one thing you remember, that if there is some problem into the case of web.xml, then you won't be able to run your program. If any sort of problem which you are having in your web.xml, then you won't be able to run your program. You won't be able to do anything in that case, right? So what is the problem here? The problem here is you have written a URL pattern, you have given one servlet name, but as such this servlet does not exist inside this case. So I'll do one thing here. Here I am writing one thing. Say here, I'll remove this point here. So well, I'll write now one tag called as the servlet tag. I am writing here. Have a look now. This is the servlet tag as such I have written here. In case of servlet tag here, well, I'll write one more thing called as servlet. So this is the servlet name which I am writing. I am writing here, this is the servlet name, and servlet name which is the login, and in this case here the servlet class. Now see here, now remember one point, this name, this login name, whatever you have given, and here this name, this both must match. This both names, whatever you have given, it must match here. Associated with this, you are going to write one servlet class, fully qualified class name. So as such, you have not written a servlet for that corresponding one, and the one what you have written, we are not going to use that particular one. What I will do now here, I'll just do one thing. What is that I'm going to do now? See here. It is showing some problem into the web.xml. What is that problem? We will just try to sort it out. Okay. So in this case now, I need to write one servlet here. So see, if you will just look at this, in this particular one, here you see, this is the src folder. So you can write a choice of your own servlet class. So here I'll do one thing. I'll just right click on this class, and just immediately after writing the here, I have just written here the servlet one. The package name what I have given here is the com.jtc.servlet1. I have given it, and associated with this the name of the class which I am specifying here. That could be anything I can specify here. Name of the class. So let's say I am writing login servlet. I have written here login servlet in just a simple Java class, the way whatever you write it here, right? So that's the simple Java class I have written here. This is the simple Java class. That's what I'm writing here. Okay. Now you see here, you will find that com.jtc.servlet1, under that there is one servlet class which is the login servlet .java has been created. Getting it? Now associated with this, guys, there is, now here just understand few basic things, few basic points you need to remember. What is that? Points to remember. Keep this, these are all key points. Any servlets initially at this time, any servlet you are writing, that must be the subclass of see here following things. It must be the subclass of either servlet, it's an interface here, next generic servlet. What is these all things? This is an abstract class I am writing, and the third one is HTTP servlet, which is also a abstract class. These all are the as such following things I am writing here. What is that I have written? A servlet, generic servlet, HTTP servlet. Okay. Now, if you will see the sequence, so generic servlet is implementing servlet and HTTP servlet is again extending the generic servlet. Fine. This should be very clear to you all. Or I'll do one thing here. I'll just draw it for you. Say for example, I'll write it here. So what I'm writing here in this, the very first one here. What is that first one I'm writing? Say here, Java X dot servlet dot servlet. Fine. And for this there is one specific APIs, guys. For this there is one specific API. That API you must have to build in your application. How do we need to build this into your application? So here I am writing the test servlet. Right click on this. You find it out here. Where is the build path which is available here? Is there any build path is available in this? Okay. So here is the build path is available. In the build path, you just go for the libraries, and in case of libraries class path, you click on here and add external jars. You just need to go over that. And once after going into that external jars, here you can see wherever you have installed your Tomcat. Those who haven't seen that how I am installing the Tomcat or how I am integrating the Tomcat, go for the last class. What already links I have given to most of you. In this case now, wherever you have installed this Tomcat into the lib folder, you will find there is one specific one which is in servlet api.jar. This particular jar file already that as such it is there in my application. So that is the servlet api.jar as such. I'm using it inside this case, and okay, since it is already there, so I'll remove. So see here you will find there is servlet api.jar. These file which is already available into this case. I'll just apply it and I'll just write few things here inside this. Well, after doing it now, guys, here, so see, later on I'll explain that why I'm not using servlet and generic servlet. I'm directly using, what is that I'm using? It extends HTTP servlet. I'm going to write here. See, it extends HTTP. I'm writing here HTTP servlet. I'm just going to write it here. See, where we are getting. One second. We can first, what we can do is import Java X dot servlet dot HTTP dot something we are going to write here. So see here, somewhere what Java X dot servlet. See, now in this we need to see one more thing, that why we are not getting the API in this case. Fine. So in the last class already I have written here, guys. You can have a look here. So in this case it is showing one thing here. See that what it is showing means some error, means we are not having its source. The source is not there into the JDK. So I must have to build the path of that corresponding one. So I'll just go it into this. I'm building the path of that. See here, there is no servlet API. Just now, if you remember, I have removed that here. So well, I'll just go again inside this now, and I'll add this servlet API.jar. I'm applying all these things, and after applying here something we have got it in this case. Well, so I'm writing java x dot servlet dot http, say here http dot star something I have written, and inside this now http servlet I have used it here. Fine. See what I have used here. So any class in servlet, remember one point, that any class when in servlet you are writing, that must be extending the http servlet. Fine. And when I talk about, so see, at present I am not writing any kind of method. One of you were asking this question, what is the init, destroy and service method. So at present I am not writing any methods here. Just have a look now. So first is where I was in the web.xml. So we have written here the login, and inside this case now I need to provide the fully qualified class name of that corresponding one. So when I am providing this fully qualified class name of this one, so inside the web.xml I am writing dot. What is next I am going to write now into this? Login servlet something I am going to write here. Well, this is the login servlet I have written into this. And servlet name, so maybe we are doing some sort of mistake here. Invalid content was found, servlet name. Okay, so what I'll do now here, there's no mistake into this. Here I'm doing one thing here first. What is that I'm doing now? I'll write here the servlet. In servlet now, see, first thing we are writing, or we are just going to specify this servlet for whom? For this login servlet I'm going to specify. So here I'll write servlet name. In servlet name I'm writing login, and after this now I'll write here the servlet class name. Oh, sorry, it's not servlet name. I just need to write here the servlet class. The servlet class when I'm writing, so remember this login servlet which is there is available into this particular package, and that package I must have to specify here dot, what's that now? Login servlet I am writing here. This is what the basic things I have written. Now see, there is no mistake into this case. Okay, fine. I hope you are getting it. Now see, so if any request comes, and I will be explaining in the further classes that how container is reading the things internally, what all the other things processing it is keep on doing. So that we will be coming out on all that things. But at present, the very basic things what we are understanding is this itself. Fine. So this is the identifier, means when any request comes from the client, so it is going to match with this URL pattern. Now this URL pattern has to be processed. So who will process? Login will process. Where is the login? This is the login. Login is giving a fully qualified class name, that this particular one is going to process this corresponding login one. So in these cases here now, few more things I just need to specify guys here. So see, okay, at present I have just written here, and see, I am trying to show you as much as possible errors what you could get it inside this, correct? So see, once I am now again trying to run it. When I am running it, see here now. First I am writing in the login now. Now we are getting the different error, which is 405 error. This is error. Remember, these all errors. Sometimes it could be asked in your interviews also that when exactly do we get the error called as 405 or some other error, whatever error that comes into that. So this is one technique which we may understand. In the same way I am writing on the sign up. So see here, this is the 405 error. So both error makes the difference. So here see, when I talk about login 405 error, so it is asking here, what is that? It is asking HTTP GET method is not supported by this corresponding URL. Well, I'll go into the login servlet, and in this particular login servlet, there are few lifecycle methods of the servlet. What is that? Lifecycle methods of the servlet. Here I'll write for the quick revision. Quick points here I have written here, right? So in these key points, servlets life cycle methods. Okay, in this servlet lifecycle method first, init method I'm talking about, second one service method, and the third one is destroy method. These three are the lifecycle methods of the servlet, what we have written in this case. Now here inside this, now public void of init method I'm just trying to write inside this case, and inside this the parameter of this, there is one specific parameter. And guys, at present don't ask these all questions by yourself also. At present it's my just suggestion to remember it, that init method when I'm writing, and I'll be showing you the what all the different, you can say, the APIs which is available here. So let's say I'm writing here only the let's Servlet Config, that's the one what I have written here file. At the same time now I'm writing here, what is that, let's say write here public void, it's an service method I'm writing, and in this service method case the one which I'm writing is the http servlet request, which is req I'm writing, and http servlet something called as the response. So this is also one option which I have written, guys. And meanwhile I'll write here public destroy method also I have written here. Now just have a look here. Now if I'll do the same thing here, I'm just going back, and once I'll refresh this project, and immediately after doing it, I'm just about to click on the which one, you can say that is okay. So this is my server is not started here yet. So I'll do one thing, guys. I'll write here few. I'm just running this application, and at the same time after running it, immediately after just doing it, the next thing what I'll just try to do here, I'm just trying to log in into this. Now you see here on your screen, on your console, there is no error at all. There's no error in this case. When I have just written all these things, there is no error at all. No errors. It depends, like at present for this request you are not getting any output, that is a different thing. But yes, now here what I will do now for you, one thing, that whether what is the role of this init, service and destroy, where it comes into the picture, whatever you have written for these all things, what you can do here now, I'll do a very simple explanation for you in this case. So here, well, I'm writing that is the system.out.println init method in, which is login servlet. That's what I have written here, guys. Meanwhile, what I'll do now, here I'm writing service method in, it's login, which one, servlet I have written in this case, and associated with this itself here, destroy methods in login servlet. That's what I have written inside this case. Fine. So all these, just it is an SOPs I have written so that something will come on the console, and that's one thing what you can understand that what's going on into this. Well, so just what I'm doing in this case, guys, I'll just write it here and run it on this, and in this now I'm running it again now, you see. So when I'm running it on the console, I'm just trying to see the output of this. There is no output as such, and on your console also, okay, nothing is there. So we haven't got any kind of output in this case. We are not receiving any sort of things. But at the same time, when I'm just clicking on login, you see here,
when I am clicking on login here, init and service method is being called automatically. Now what is the process of calling the init and service method? That we will be discussing in further classes. At the same time, one more thing which I am trying to show you here is, well, I am clicking again on the login. So when I am just clicking, or when I am trying to click on the login, so you see one thing, that once when I have clicked on login, so in that case init was once being called, and at the same time when I am again clicking on login, once service method is being called, but again that is the login servlet is not being called into this cases, correct? And so this is how things are working into this case. And well, in this cases now here you see, so I hope you are understanding how these all things are getting configured in these cases. Did you understand how these all things are being configured? If you are getting any questions in between that, you can please ask. Guys, if you're, I hope you understand. So now for you, homework is what? Homework is that these all other things, sign up and register, you will configure by your own. You all are going to configure these all things by your own. That is sign up as well as the register, you are going to configure by one. Meanwhile, if you are getting any kind of questions, any doubts, you are getting it, you can please ask now. Thank you guys. So if you don't have any question, thank you. We will see again tomorrow. All of you remember here, when servlet, sorry, this is questions. At present we haven't come to that point that when servlet is being instantiated or when servlet is being destroyed. We are not coming to that point. First, what I asked you to understand here is that write the other configured things here inside that. Once you're done with that, we will automatically come to all that questions. Because once I'll start discussing all these questions, it will be difficult for you guys to understand at very beginning itself. Okay. So you just do it and configure it, and the rest of the things we will again discuss tomorrow. Guys, one thing. Yes, Miraj, tell me. नहीं, मैंने अभी कुछ भी नहीं बोला कि इनिट और सर्विस कब कॉल होता है. मैंने बस दिखाया कि हमने जब रिक्वेस्ट किया था तब हमारा इनिट और सर्विस प्रोसेस कॉल हुआ था. ठीक है. हाँ अभी, हाँ बोलो. अभी हम वही बात कर रहे हैं कि एट प्रेजेंट हम लोग अभी सर्विस की कॉलिंग फंक्शनैलिटी और इनिट के फंक्शनैलिटी और उस पे जा ही नहीं रहे हैं. बात समझ रहे हो आप? अभी इस पे जाओ ही मत. अभी ये देखो कि वेब एक्सएमएल, एचटीएमएल और जो सर्वलेट क्लास लिख रहे हो उसमें क्या कनेक्शंस चल रहे हैं, किस तरह से एक दूसरे से वो इंटरलिंक कर रहा है. बिल्कुल. अभी बस इनिशियली वही समझो कि आप एक वेलकम पेज डिस्प्ले करो, दैट इज मोर देन एनफ. Anyone else? Anything? Okay, so guys, thank you. So guys, have a look. The one example what we have started writing in the last class. So I'm just moving forward in the same example. So see, in the previous example or in the last class example, what we have written and what we have discussed is something like this. See, the one what I am writing here is, or what I have written here already is, that is index.html we have written. And in this index.html, so first of all, what I will do is, see here I have created the different forms we have created. So at present I'm not talking about all the forms, whatever I have written here. See, in this I am talking about the very first form. And in this particular form, I have created one table, and in that tr/td something I have written. And this is what the basic form which I have written, which is there in the form of user ID, password, and all other sort of things it is taking here. So that's what I have written in this form. Now, whenever you have written any form,
And if you want this particular form to get processed, if you are looking for this particular form so that this particular form should be processed, then what we have to do is we must have to configure this into the web.xml. So we will see where is the web.xml available. So I'm just writing here, that is the web.xml availability. This is what the web.xml I have written inside this. Well, now I have written this web.xml. So inside this web.xml, we have written also one URL pattern, which is login.jtc, and this particular URL pattern is associated with the servlet name, which is login servlet. You will find here one more servlet, which is login, and then it is being configured with this itself. So here in this one, we are getting com.jtc.servlet1.login servlet. That's in this way we have written all these different things. Well, now we have written one more class, servlet class, which is the login servlet, which is extending the HTTP servlet. We will discuss later about why do we need to write the HTTP servlet itself. And again, in the last class, I have discussed something about the servlet, generic servlet, and HTTP servlet. That already we have gone through that. We have discussed it. Fine. We will come more elaborately in further classes. So I'll do one thing here initially. As such, I am trying to run this program. And step by step, we will just go through its different way of processing, how it is being processed. And meanwhile, if any one of you are getting any kind of questions, you can please ask. I'm running it. Just have a look. Fine, guys. Now you have a look here. See, I was talking about the very first form. This particular form I have just written here. Fine. So in this case, now let's say I'm giving some username here, and if I'm giving some password in this case, and I'm clicking on login, right? So username and password, when you have given the login, so I must have to write something inside this methods to process it. I need to write. So it is this servlet which is there is handling the request which is coming from the client. What is that request? The request is when you are clicking on this login one, that is what the request we are talking about. Okay. So what I will do now next is I'll do one thing here. Basically, I am going into this servlet class, and in this servlet class we are writing the many different things here. So let's say first I am writing string of uname I have written, and just at present I am showing you very basic things. So here you see uname I have written. Uname is equal to request dot get It is taking some time to process. You just need to wait. Okay. So I'm writing get parameter here. I'll write it in this. Get parameter. And in this parameter, first I need to see that which request we are receiving here. So here you see there are two different, with this action there are two different parameters which is going on. One what we have is the uname, and second one pwrd it is going on. These two are the parameter. Whenever we are clicking on this login, it is going to be there. So I'll do one thing. See, uname I have written here. Remember one point here. And remember one point here. What is that point you need to remember? This uname
it must be same as whatever you have written here. This name, whatever you have written here, this one and this one, whatever you are writing here, it should be same. There should not be any changes in all that. And here I am writing that is again, which is the password. So in this case now request dot get parameter I am writing, and in this get parameter I am specifying few more things. pwrd I am writing. So this again I'll say that this is going to be the same. So I'm writing pwrd. I have just written in these cases here. These all are the few things as such I am specifying here. So pwrd I have written in this. So uname and something pwd I am writing inside this. So these two parameters we have received. We have received from where we have received these two things, which is being sent through the client. It is a client data. It is a client data. Like suppose if you are writing here something, or if I am writing something here. So these two things is going as a client data through the HTTP servlet request. And with the help of this HTTP servlet request, we are receiving these all things. So request.get parameter uname we are writing, and request.get parameter pwrd we are writing. So these two things we have received. Now it depends that what processing you wanted to do in these cases. The processing entirely depends on you, that how this processing is going to be done. So let's say I want to write here, I want to do some processing. I'm writing if and something uname dot equals of something pwd I'm writing in this. So well, I have written here the uname dot pwd something in this case I am writing. So uname dot equals, I'll write it inside this case, that is the pwd something I am writing here. For what I am writing here, my logic is just the request processing is depends. The logic what I want to build is the username and password. If both are matching, then we will be proceeding it further. In this case now, yes, if it is username and password is same, so I wanted to make some like here. So see what I'll write here now. Print writer, which is out is equal to print writer out is equal to, I am creating one reference which is response. See here, response is the parameter here. Parameter of what? Service method at present here. So response dot get writer, I'll write it here. This is response dot get writer I have written in these cases here. Fine. Now when I am writing this response dot get writer, so again there is few more important things which you need to understand here. So see here, get writer as I have written here, and after writing this get writer we have again, so there is some issue with this unhandled IO exception. So well, let's do one thing, write here the try, and then correspondingly here I am writing that is the catch inside this. Now exception of E, I'll write it here, and E dot print stack trace something as such I have written inside this. And this is how we are working out. This is how we are processing here. Fine. Now in all these cases here, I'll just write write dot or out dot. I'll write here something called as the write, and in this one I'm writing hi with to whom you want to just say hi username. So I'll take here that is the uname, and welcome to JTC India online Servlet class. This is what I have written here in this. And whenever as such I am writing hi uname welcome to JT, and then immediate after this I wanted to write few more things. So wr write
inside this now, hi, and see, this is how usually you will be getting uname, something we are writing it, or uname, username, or you can just write in a very simple message that user name or password is invalid. This is what I'm just writing in this case. Username or something called as the password which is there is invalid. I am going to write it inside this. This is what the basic thing I have written here, guys. You just have a look here. See what I have done. I'll again repeat once again. There is one user who is trying to enter user ID and password, and just they are doing the login. Once after doing the login, means making the request, login servlet is taking that request, taking the parameters, uname and password, handling it, and it's applying some processing here, which is checking whether username or the password is same or not. Once it is same, it is printing some message on your console. If it is not same, then again it is giving some message on your console. This is the both things which it is doing it one by one. In these two formats, in these two things, we have just written these all things here, correct? Okay, now I'll do one more thing, guys. I'll do one thing. I'll just simply run this example. So I'm running it once again here. I'll run it and run on server. I'm just doing it here. And once when I'm just running it, see here, I'm just writing it here. So see, at present we are not, I'll just write hi, something I have written, and some password I have written here. Fine. After that, I'll just click on this. What message we are getting here? Can you please have a look now? Hi, username or password is invalid. Means the informations what you are trying to verify, maybe it is not the correct one. Okay. Now I'll do one more thing. At the same time, now I am writing SOM and the password again is the means. According to the logic what we have written in the login servlet, it both parameters must be the same. So see here. Hi Som, welcome to JTC India YouTube live, or you can say that is the online servlet class. This particular basic message what you have got it here. This is what your at present output for this particular servlet, and this you have received it now. Fine. Okay. In last class, I have asked you guys to write the processing for the other things also. So I'll do one thing. Maybe you have written it or not. I don't know. But I'll do one thing in this case. See here, the index.html, whatever you are having here. Let's say I'm taking this index.html, and immediately after taking this index.html, what you can do is now in this itself you can do some copy paste from the above one. I'll just take it out from the here itself is the table, same thing as such. Again I am writing it here, and correspondingly in this one, which is in the case of form 1, I am writing it here, and few more things as such we are going to do here. This, guys, have a look. I'll just remove it. There's no issue with this. I'll remove this tag. See here now. Already there is another one, sign up. So username maybe you have given here. Instead of password, you can provide some other informations. And at present, let me write the same thing. And here is the sign up one button I have given. Just I am showing you how freshly you can process the things. So here, well, I have written the sign up into this. And immediately after writing these all things here now, guys, see what next thing I need to write. I need to just go into the web.xml. When I'm just going into the web.xml, so see here, I'm writing here servlet mapping first in this. And immediately after writing the servlet mapping now, I'm writing here, what is that first? URL pattern, which is you can write that is URL pattern, which URL pattern you wanted to register here. So you need to check it out, signup.jtc, this is your URL pattern, what we are having at present, and this URL pattern I am writing inside this. So signup.jtc is the URL pattern. That is what I have just mentioned in these cases. And next now, just in associated with this itself, I am writing one servlet name. So SIGN app signup is the servlet name maybe I am writing here. This is the servlet name which I have written. And after writing the signup name here, that is the servlet name which I have written here, that is the signup, and inside this signup.jtc we have the another one. So well, again now one more target I am writing here, see servlet. See, now the request what is going to come from the client side will be handled here, is coming over here. After just coming to this now, servlet name I am writing and sign up I am taking it here. And in the case of sign up now we are writing that is the URL, sorry not URL, it's an servlet class name I have, servlet class I am specifying in this case. When I am writing this servlet class, so we are just going to now, it depends now, two things here is there. See, for the same kind of request, the request which is another request which is coming here, for this also you may specify the same servlet class name. There is no problem at all. You may specify the same servlet class name. Remember my point. You may specify the same servlet class name. So I'll do one thing here, guys. I'm not going to write the same servlet name here. So I'll just write something different approach which I'm just taking out here. So I'll write another servlet here. In this one now, in the same package, sign up servlet I am writing, and after immediately writing the so if it is a servlet, it must extend, you can say, extend HTTP servlet I am writing. Here it is going to extend, what it is going to extend now, HTTP servlet. And inside this one, I am just writing the 3 lifecycle methods. And here I am writing that is the servlet config sc I am writing. And service method as such I am writing inside this. HTTP servlet request I am writing, queue I am writing, and HTTP, which is servlet response res I am using. These both things I am writing here. Fine. And again now void of, which is destroy method. Well, again I am writing here. See why I am writing it, so that these all things should be very clear to you, and based on that many things as such I am going to explain here to you. Fine. Now you see I am just going to write this location here. So com.jtc1.jtc.servlet1, and this one I'll write it in this case dot, which one now, sign up servlet, I'll write it here. So in this one now here, that is the sign up servlet I am going to write, or I have written here the sign up servlet. Fine. Now the two things we are having here. Fine. One is the sign up servlet we have, and again some few more things we were having here. Correct. Well guys, what further as such I am trying to do here is, I'm just displaying here. I'm just displaying a simple message on your console. So I'll do res dot get writer, and in this case here now print writer out is equal to res dot get writer, and here a very simple message as such I'm writing. Right here is the, it's a sign up page. This is the sign up page. It will just display on the console guys. Here at present it is just simply going to display on the console. Maybe it is giving some exceptions, so throws IO exception I'm writing here. This is the IO exception I have written. There is no problem at all in this cases. Correct. Now, so guys, we have a different servlets here, and associated with the different servlets we have different set of tasks. I'm closing it now, and immediately as such I'm trying to run this, and as such whenever I'm running this, all things associated with these all things, whenever as such I'm trying to run it. So just have a look now. See, in username I'm writing suppose something called, and see the same sign up is also coming. Fine. So when I am just writing on sign up, when I'm clicking it's on sign up page, is it this message is coming here or not? Any doubts for anyone? Anyone is getting any kind of questions, you can please ask. No questions? Anyone of you are having any kind of questions, any doubts, you can please ask. Okay. So what we did in this case is, we got some output, that is the sign up page, we have got it here. Fine. And similarly you can write, so hope you are understanding the basic scenario that how we are going to write a basic servlet example. In this, if you are getting any questions, in this you are getting any doubt, you can please ask. Associated with this, if you have any questions, any doubts in the one correspondingly whatever as such I have written here, you can please ask. You are most welcome. No questions? Okay. Now we have few more things here, or basically we can say that's the type of parameters here. What we are having, it's a type of parameter here. I'll just show it to you. Notepad I'm opening. Here I'm writing types of servlet parameters. Types of servlet parameters we are having. That servlet different types of parameter we will be discussing in this. We will be talking about all these things. Correct? Any questions if you are having, you are getting any sort of doubt, anything you are wanted to ask, you all can ask any kind of question. Okay. So next to here, types of parameters. Basically here we have three different types of parameters. We are having the three different types of parameter we are having. One is request parameter. Second one is the Servlet Context parameter, and third one is the Servlet Config parameters we are having here. This is the three types of parameters what we are having. Fine. So in this I'll write here what are the different types of parameters which we are having here. Servlet request parameter, first one. Well, the second one what we are having is Servlet config, or you can say the context anyone. Config parameter we are having. Parameters. And third one what we have, Servlet Context. Parameter. We have this three different parameters about the servlet. We are having three different parameters related to the servlet we are having here. Fine. Now guys, remember one thing here. There is one question coming. What is that question is asking? The guys question what Shubham is asking, servlet object waiting time kitna, servlet object ke waiting time. What is the question? Shubham, it is not clear that what you are asking the question and what is the mean. Servlet object ke waiting time kitna hoga. What, it doesn't make any sense, I think so. Maybe you can maybe you want to ask some different questions, and somehow you can unmute your mic and you can ask also parallelly. Okay. So again, in the next way or in the next form, we are trying to show you something different things also, guys. Here first, okay, any questions? See, if you have any questions, like when servlet object will be created, how many times servlet object will be created. Fine. When init method will be called, or when life cycle methods of servlets will be processed. If these all are your questions, we will discuss all these questions later on, because at this time we are not going to talk about these all things. Correct? Now, while discussing the different types of parameters one by one, automatically we are going to discuss all these questions. Automatically these all things are going to come into the picture. Fine? Okay. So at present, what is the first parameter? When I say what is the first as I have shown you here the types of parameters. So before that, if I'll ask you one question, the question is, what is parameters? What is the parameters? So parameters are there in some specific form, which is in the form of name and value. It is going to be in the form of name and value. So it is name and value pair. That is one thing. We are having name and value pair. And associated with this now here, this both, which is name and the value, name and value of the means type of, or you can say here type of this name and value is going to be string. It is going to be the string here. And third most important thing related for this, the third important thing which is there here is, these all parameters, whatever the name and value, whatever we are calling parameters, whatever we are writing, is read only. These parameters are what now? It is read only. And what do you mean by the read only? Which means that whenever your container, whichever you are having, is receiving these parameters, so can, or you can say cannot, modify these values of parameters. More will be clarified in the further things when I am writing some examples related to these all things, right? So first of all, let's understand here three important things, guys. What is that three important things you need to understand here? Number one point is that whenever we are just writing these all three different parameters, servlet request parameter, servlet config parameter, and servlet context parameter, we have these three different sort of parameters which is available with us. These three parameters, what we have is going to be the read-only parameters, which means that we are not going to perform any kind of changes in these parameters. We cannot modify it. We can just receive it. Nothing else we can do. Now again, here again, so here as I have already written that we have the following different types of parameters available with us. We have the following different types of parameters which is available with us, which is servlet request parameter, servlet config parameter, and servlet context parameters. These all are the three different types of parameters what we are having in these cases, right? Any questions in this now? Now here you see the very first one, when I'll discuss about this, the first parameter which I am talking about, which is the servlet request parameter. It's an servlet request parameter I'm talking about. Whenever client which is there, it's submitting any data, you can say. Any data in the sense, what kind of data a client can submit? I'm just writing here. See, let's have a look. See here. we are having one, see here, let's assume this is your web client. This is your web client, and this web client which is there is going to be on the client side. This web client is going to be on the client side here. This is going to be the client side, that is, or not, basically you can say that is your web client. Here you can say web client, your browsers generally here, Chrome or Chrome we have, right? I think spelling is this only, maybe, okay. Chrome, we have Mozilla, we have IE, Internet Explorer, we could have like this. And so you are hitting this from here. So how you are doing it now? Suppose this is one, this is another one, some kind of informations you are providing, guys. Here maybe you are writing user name, maybe here you are writing something called as the password, and just associated with this now, I am writing here submit. I am writing this. I am writing here the submit. So username, password, and here is the submit. As such, I am doing in this. Well, what you are doing now, and at the same time now, you can have here one more thing, which is the web, or you can say that is the server side. In basically, which you can say, this server side, what it is here, or this at present what we are writing here is the, let's say it's an kind of servlets what we are writing here. Fine, have a look. I am writing here servlet what we are having. So now understand the scenario completely. When you are providing any data in these cases, in this particular values, suppose here you are providing some data, here also you are providing some password, and you are clicking here on submit, you are clicking. Fine. So this is with the help of request parameter, whatever this data is going over here. Fine. From this submit you are sending some data in this case. Fine. It is going to the which one? Corresponding servlet. From where it is going? From this web client it is going. To where it is going? From this web client to the web server it is going. Fine. And in between what it is using through the HTTP it is going. Correct? So with this HTTP request, whatever data from the web client to the web server which is going, we are calling this particular one as an, what is that? What we are calling? Can you please tell me? We are calling is an servlet request parameters. We are calling it as an servlet request parameter. Fine. Now, what it is doing here, the web container, what web container is doing in this case with this parameters? web container receives, or you can say collects the data from where, which is coming? The data which is been submitted by, which is submitted by whom? By the client, or from the web client, whatever the data is coming, you can say anything, fine. So the data which is coming from the web client and the web container which receives the data submitted by the client, or you can say that is the web client. So this data which is there will be stored in HTTP request parameter. This is the request parameter what this data is being stored. Okay, the next point into this here. And now where we are going to specify this parameter? So this data which is there can be received in the many different forms in that corresponding servlet. See, now just have a look to the servlet into this, where we are writing. Okay. In this servlet, either once you have written this login servlet, fine. So this is one way to receive this data. This is one way to receive the data. You can receive the data in this particular way also. Here also you can receive this data. In this particular form also you can receive the data. Servlet request you are writing and you are receiving somehow this particular data. So from where you are receiving this data? Through the request parameter you are receiving this data. Fine. In the same way, in the same form, what is next we are going to do now? That we can again understand. Hello. Yeah, so I think I am audible to all of you. Fine. So we are receiving this request. We are receiving this request through this request.get parameter. In this form we are receiving it. So this is one way to receive the data, guys. This is one way to receive the data. Now another way what we may get is, here I will tell you what is that another way we can get it. Another way what we are getting here is request dot. So see, this is first way you can say, guys. I'll do one thing here. I'll do one thing here. First way, as I have already written. here I have written first way to receive the or request parameters say हमने just first way. Meanwhile, I'm talking about the second way. So what is the second way? Suppose we have a data in some different way or in some different forms. So data, the request parameter could be in, we would have studied already in the case of collections that the data could be anything or data could be, so see at present you have seen it's a simple way of having the data. So this data you could have some primitive or basically we have seen the request parameter is going to be in the form of string itself. But we may have some data in the form of key and value pair also. Key and value pair, what is that key and value pair? So when I say key and value pair, so you can say map. But remember one thing, that whenever we are taking it in the form of map, so it is going to be the string key and as well as string which is there. We are talking about that is the value we are going to have. Fine. And that is what the map is equal to. Again, we can write request dot, what is that now? Request dot, we can write get para. So, well, here itself I can write it here. I'm writing something. Inside this map and say here I'm writing string and in this case itself here I'm writing that is the something map which is there here. So I'll write here req dot get something called as the parameter I'm writing. Okay, here you see that here get parameter, which one now? Map type inside this. And when I'm saying map type, so this is going to be something called as the string type here. This is going to be the string type. So map of suppose one I am taking here to receive this data. Okay, this is one another form to receive the data. Fine. Associated with a key there could be a number of values, and if you want to have the more details about these all things, so I am writing here cmd, and in this case here first set class path is equal to percentage of set class path semicolon. As here I'll set the class path for this. One second. I'm writing servlet / API dot jar file I'm writing. Fine. So java p java x dot servlet dot http servlet request. Okay, see here, this is the complete API which I have opened in these cases. When I'm talking about the complete API which I have written here, so with this request parameter, what all different methods we could call. So see, there could be some methods. So first we need to see where is the get parameter method into this. See, we have different types of methods. See, with this itself we can access all these different kinds of parameters, means methods we can access. Is what is the use of these methods we will be talking about later on. What exactly is the use of these methods what we are having. But again,
associated with this here, next we have one more thing here. What is that? Java X dot servlet dot here. I'll write few more things. I'm just writing it here. So in this case, what all the different things as such I'm writing here. So see, request dot get parameters, if it is there in the super type, so that will be extended or that will be inherited to the HTTP servlet request also. And if you are getting any questions associated with this one, you can ask here. Okay. So this is get parameter we are having, and now you see here there is one another method which is very important method, guys, very important method. What we have? Get parameter map, and in this map, what associated with the value key, there could be a n number of other values. So that's the reason here we have, that is the array type we are having inside this. We will be looking at this one example on this one again. Now second one, this is a map type, what we have got it here, but again in this itself, you see here we are having, that is the, see, one is the get parameter we have. Fine, I'll do one thing here. See, just if you can look at these all things very clearly, properly, you will understand the n number of other things here. You see, this is the one which I am copying it from here. See, in this here, different ways to receive the HTTP servlet request meters. Parameters. Now in this one here, the very first one here, see, get parameter, when we are having only one value, we can use this method. And these all are the abstract method. Well, I hope you are getting it. Okay. So one, we can use it with this get parameter. Second one, we want to have the different parameters names and we want to iterate it one by one. So which is there in the enumeration form. And enumeration, I hope you would have studied in the java.util package. And this enumeration is there to access the data in the different forms, in the different ways, different processing. These all things we are having into that, right? So we are receiving this. And again, suppose the request value which is coming, there are different, means more than one values are there associated with this. So for that we can use this get parameter value. We can use this here, which gives in the form of string, that is giving in the form of string, and that we can write it here. And see guys, when I'm explaining like this, definitely I'm in further classes I'm going to write the examples associated with these all things. I'll definitely write, but at the same time your job is also to implement these all methods in your program when you are practicing the things. And if you are not implementing, just waiting for the classes and all other sort of things, so there is no benefit at all, because till the time you are not making yourself compatible in seeing the API, looking at the API and writing the programs, then there is no use of learning the anything here. You must be very clear with just by seeing, because always you will be having only the API just to see it and use it in your applications. And now you see here the get map, when it is there in the form of key and value format, in the form of key and value data what we are having. So this is what we can have it here. Fine. Okay. So this is
few following methods, and see here I'll write the further examples, and there I will be using in this one, and I'll be showing it to you that how these all different ways, different methodology we are going to use or to access this request parameter. So all of you, is it clear with this request parameter, how we are going to access, what we are going to do in this? Anyone is having any questions, any doubts, you can please ask. देखो आप लोगों के कुछ के ये या हेलो, हाँ बताइए मैम, टेल मी। यार डाउट पूछो, अभी 7 PM से थी ये, हमने लिंक दिया हुआ था। ये जो भी होगा वीडियोस आपको चला जाएगा, वीडियोस मिल जाएगा जिनको भी होगा। कोई नहीं, वो वीडियो मिल जाएगा आपको। एनीवन एल्स, एनी क्वेश्चंस? Anyone is having any questions in this? Okay. So maybe you are not having any questions. Now in the meanwhile, we are having one more type of parameter, and that parameter, what name we are having is the Servlet Config parameter. We are having, that is the second one, is the Servlet Config parameter. First remember one point here, in a simple term, the data which is specific to particular servlet is called as, or is particular servlet in that that data, that you can say the data we can write for the Servlet Config meters. Now how we are going to write the Servlet Config parameter? We will discuss about that, how we are going to write it. Now here see first what exactly Servlet Config is, and how we are going to talk about this Servlet Config. So this is one concrete idea as such I have given about this Servlet Config, how it is and what all the basic processing and all other sort of things related to this. Now, so basically what exactly Servlet Config is? What is the Servlet Config? Is the interface, is an interface, the interface. Servlet Config, what we have is the is an interface, and this interface which is there is available into the package javax.servlet. So when I am saying it is available into the javax.servlet, I am writing here. One second. Servlet config I have written. We have this particular interface inside this. The interface what we have is the Servlet Config, and inside this interface we are having the following things. What are the following things we are having? Get servlet name, get servlet context, get init parameter, or get init parameter names. So I'll discuss about this, and better here what I can say you here is that we will understand in our class like how we are going to use these methods of the servlet config. Each one of the methods we will see how we are going to see it here, how we are going to access it here in this cases. Fine. Now, and now one question which is there, that why in case of servlet mostly we are talking about interfaces itself, where is the implementation? And this is one homework for you all, that if it is as such I am saying it is an interface, so where is the implementation of these methods? That is one thing. Where is the implementation of these corresponding methods, whatever we have written here? Get servlet name, servlet context, init parameters, and this set of something called as the enumerations which we are having here. So what exactly is the use of these all things? Now, when I'm saying here, see, as I said here in this, that this data is you can say specific to a particular servlet. Particular servlet, which means if the n number of users are there for that particular servlet, so they all can be able to access. So you can say common for all the users and specific to particular servlet. This one line which you need to remember here. Fine. And this we can receive this parameter, if you will notice one thing, where init we have seen, or where is the servlet config method we have seen. So you will find this servlet config inside the init parameter. Parameter it is there here. Init parameter servlet config we are having. Okay. Init parameter servlet. And so see here, if I wanted to write anything for this, so I'll just look it into the servlet, you can say web.xml. I'm just going into the web.xml, and inside this web.xml, see, for this particular servlet, which servlet? Login servlet. Is it like that? Yes, login servlet, for any servlet. So see, as I said, it is specific to this particular servlet. And I'm saying particular servlet, so that data I'm just going to write inside this servlet itself. In this servlet tag itself, we are going to specify. Now, what is the data I'm going to specify inside this one? I'm writing init param. Here is the init param I have written. Init param I have written here. This is the servlet config parameters, you can say. And then I'm writing param name. What param name you want to write? Let's say I'm writing email ID. And this, that is the param value. Sorry. It's a param value I'm trying to write here, guys. Have a look. So I'm writing param value, and in this case param value, which is som @ I'm writing JTCINDIA.org. This is the param @ of the param name and the param value we have written here. These two things, email as well as email @ something we have written. This is config parameter. Now see, this is particular to this particular servlet itself, but whoever is accessing this particular servlet, it can, or it is going to be available for everyone. Everyone can access this data. Everyone can use this data. There is no issue with this. There is no problem with this. Okay. Now you see, along with this now, so if I have, as such, I have written only one parameter here. So there, and especially this way of writing the servlet context parameter in this one here is going to be like you can say from servlet 2.x you can say, fine. And this is how we can write it, means this all things. Again, when I say in the case of annotations, so there are again, that is the different way of writing this data which is there in the case of annotations, and we will write that differently in the case of annotations. How we are going to write in the case of annotations, that we will discuss here, fine. Now here guys, again, if I want to access this, so I can access this data. So sc dot get, say init parameter. What is that init parameter? It's an email I have written. Email I have written as an init parameter. And when string of email is equal to, this is what data I am writing inside this. So init of email I am writing, this is the particular data I have written, and this data which is there we can store inside this email. Hope you are understanding this point. And now whatever is there, you can use it. So about this particular one itself, more and more we will be discussing again tomorrow. Those who have missed the starting classes of this one, more about this elaborately we will discuss tomorrow. Those who have missed these classes, I'll just upload these all things on the, I'll give you the link of this video, and you can just from there you can go through that. We have discussed about two important concepts, and basically we were discussing the types of parameters. In that we have already discussed two types of parameter. One was the request parameter, parameters. Second one you can say that is servlet config parameters. That also we have discussed. These two things we have discussed, fine. And also we have seen how we are receiving the data of request parameters as well as the servlet config parameter. The third one what we are going to discuss is the servlet context parameter. So these things which is there here, that we have discussed it here. Now in these topics, if you are having any questions, if you are getting any doubts, you can please ask. You can write it in the chat box. If any doubt, anything comes here, you can please write it in your comment box if you are getting any doubts. Okay. So hope so you don't have any questions from this above topic. Now, well, we will talk about today, which is the servlet context parameter, and also we will understand what is the servlet context parameter is. What exactly servlet context parameter? Like the way we have studied the servlet config parameter, that what exactly servlet config parameter is. So servlet config parameter, the data what we are specifying in the servlet config parameter is going to be a private data for that particular servlet, but it is common for the corresponding user of that servlet. That's what we have talked about, and that's what we have discussed about the servlet config parameter, and based on that, well, I have written some examples also, and that we have discussed it into this. Well, in these cases now, if you are getting any kind of questions, any kind of doubts, you can please ask. No questions? Any questions if you are getting, you can please ask. No questions. Well, fine. Now what next we are going to talk about is
Servlet context parameter we are going to talk about. We are going to discuss about the servlet context parameter. So when I ask you what is servlet context first, so let me explain first what is servlet context. Servlet context is an interface. When I say it is an interface, so it must be available inside some specific package, which is javax dot servlet. We are saying it is here. In this particular package, it is available, right? Fine. And if it is an interface, then the implementation of the methods which is available inside this corresponding interfaces means, you can say, implementation of servlet context interface will be provided by the vendors of that corresponding, you can say, that is the, depends, whoever is implementing it, they will write that implementation of this. Now here when I talk or when I usually discuss about this servlet context parameter, so you must be getting one question, that where do we need to specify this servlet context parameter first. So I'll come to that point where we are going to specify the servlet context parameter. But before that, there are some more specific things which we need to talk about. Fine. So what I'll do now, I'll open the command prompt, and immediately after opening this command prompt, the very first thing what I will do is that I'll set the class path. And now you can guess which class path I am going to set here. So this is the class path which I have written here. And when I am writing this corresponding class path inside this case, so depends, like if you have installed the Tomcat Apache inside this, now you will get inside the lib, there is one servlet api.jar which is already available inside this. This is the servlet api.jar which is already available. So I'll do one thing, I'll copy it and I'm just writing here servlet /api.jar as such I have written here. Fine. And when I have written here something, so I need to understand the interface or the API of the servlet context. Well, what is the API of the servlet context? That is one more important thing. And see, instead of discussing any theoretical part, so before starting with any of the theoretical part, what we can do here is we can understand exactly what all the different things which is available in the servlet context interface here, right? So that's the reason I have set the class path for the servlet api.jar. And now in that we will see we are writing javax dot servlet context. Well, I have written here. Now you can have a look on all these, such a big API. And now here the problem what you are going to get if we don't go in this manner, then whatever trainings you are taking, any faculty will show some 10, 15, 20 methods to you. How we are going to use that methods, and based on all that methods, We will write some programs, you will understand the things. But till the time you have gone through these API, in future maybe whatever we have discussed in the class, apart from that you are getting some other requirement. In that case, it will be very difficult for you to analyze that problem and to use which sort of methods or which kind of functionalities you wanted to use from the Servlet context or any of the corresponding API which is there either in any of the cases, including that is core Java, or when you talk about Start Spring Hibernate, in there also are lots of different kinds of APIs. So now, associated with a Servlet context, you have this number of tasks. Methods represents what? It represents some kind of operations. Operations means the number of methods which is available inside the Servlet context or in any of the corresponding interfaces. That many different kinds of tasks that corresponding API will be able to do. Fine. So whenever you are trying to write any program, whenever you are trying to use any sort of existing API, what you should do is directly you should open the API and then you should see, okay, this particular problem could be solved by using that method also, or depends on your requirement that how you wanted to solve that. So if we open this API, we will be able to understand the things very, very clearly. Let's say, for example, I'll just tell you some basic examples. When I'm talking about get init parameter, there is one method. There is one method called as get init parameter. So by seeing this method itself, you can tell the complete story about this method. By seeing this method itself, you can tell the complete story about this method. How you are going to use it, what could be the return type. So if it is the return type, what value it is going to return to the corresponding user, what parameter it is going to take, every sort of things you can easily explain in that. In meanwhile, when you are writing here get init parameter names. So when you are talking about get init parameter names, let's say here, this is what you have written here, get init parameter names. So method name itself represents that the number of values which is there, and it is coming in the form of enumeration, and with the enumeration here we are using string also. Something called a generics, we have used it in this case, right? So see, now you know where should we store the return type, how we are going to get the things, how we are going to get the means, all these sort of things you are going to get it inside this. So you are getting any kind of questions in this, then you can ask with this. Now I'm coming to the next one in this. So Servlet context which is there, Servlet context type of, or you can say, I'm specifically making it categorically here, that the Servlet context object, when I'm saying, when I say object, so definitely it is an interface and we won't be able to create the object. So that story we have discussed previously in the case of JDBC or in some other cases. So Servlet context here, it is it is a type of object. It is that corresponding type of object. Servlet context type object here I'm saying. I'm not saying anything else. I'm saying here very simple, which is Servlet context type, because that is the corresponding interface is being implemented by n number of, or means different vendors are implementing it and they are overriding that implementations. So in your jar file, what classes, what subclasses you are going to get, it depends. So I'm not going into that at present. So this is what the Servlet context we are at present we are talking about. Well, I have written here the Servlet context type of object, right? So here this Servlet context, so question is how many? So this Servlet context object which is there will be created only one for a web application and it will be shared with all the servlets. Getting it? This is a very simple thing which I have written in this case. Fine. So what next we are going to talk about is where we need to specify this. The servlet context, if we are writing or if we are talking about, where we are going to write this servlet context here, right? So now for this there is one tag we need to write in web.xml. When I say web.xml, so I'm not talking about the annotation part of the servlet, because when you are using servlet with the help of annotations, that is a separate representations and separate implementations that we can again discuss later on. Fine. So in this case, directly inside the web app, web/app, when you are writing, I hope you are familiar with this. This is the web app, something which you have written. I'm writing this is the web app. So in this particular web app, directly you are going to write context param. What you are going to write is the context param, and that's what we are going to close it here, which is the context param. I'm going to write it inside this. Here I'm writing the context param. Okay, and in this itself the value I'm going to write. This is what we are calling it as a context parameter, and here itself we are going to specify these all things. Fine. Well, so I'll do one thing. I'll just open this example what we have discussed previously in the last classes. Hope so you are aware with this all. So just let me go into the complete detail of the processing of this one. So here you just have a look in this web.xml. What we are having here, see, this one, what we were having, it was the init param or servlet config parameter, we can say here. But see, again, when I talk about this particular one, so this config parameter, when I say this is the config parameter, it was very specific to the login servlet itself, and at the same time this login servlet data or this login servlet config parameter we were not able to access with the sign up servlet. And that, well, I have already shown you, and maybe while you are practicing it, you would have observed this also. And I have discussed it again the number of times. Means the last class's videos also has been shared with you all, which is in the private form. And the links already might be there with your mail IDs. So please go through that. Okay, now I'll do one thing. Say here now. Understand one very basic thing here. The one which is particular to that corresponding servlet that we are writing inside that field. And when I am writing another data, so let's say, see this servlet, if I have something to write with this one, I'll write here that config parameter. But at present, I'm not specifying any kind of config parameter data. So I wanted to write here, what is that? Something called as the servlet context. So here I'll write here, just a second, which I'll write here, that is the context parameter. Well, I have written here the context parameter. And in this context parameter, I'm just going to write something called as the init or something called as the param name. You see here, param name. Param name in the sense what? You are going to specify the parameter name. So well, I'll write here the param name as well as the param value. Param name, what you want to write, it is your choice. So whatever you feel, let's say country I am writing. Country which could be common for everyone, for all the servlets. So let's say I'm writing here, that is something called as the India. Country name which is there, that is the India as such I have written inside this. Now, in this one, you make it clear guys here, that the one which I have just written here, this one, this is the servlet context parameter, and the second one when I am writing is the servlet config parameter. This is the two things well I have written inside this case. If you are getting any questions, any doubts regarding this, you can make it clear what is the context parameter and what is the config parameter. Now, here what is the next one? I'll just try to do here. See, as I said, the context parameter which is there is common for all the servlets. Well, so either it could be the login servlet or it is going to be the any kind of servlet. In both of the cases, we are going to access it. So let's say I have written here something called as the login servlet. See here first. Understand here one thing. I'll do one thing in this. This email, something you have written. So what I will do now guys, I'm just printing in this something. Email I have written. This is the email, and you remember one thing, we have written sc dot servlet config dot get init parameter. We are accessing here the init parameter, and that init parameter we have specified for the login servlet itself. So that you can access into the login servlet itself. Other than that, you cannot access in other servlet. Remember that point. Now in this one, what I will try to do here is, first of all, we need to understand how do we access the, remember my point guys, how do we access the servlet context object, how to get the servlet context object, because you are going to get the value which is in context parameter. This value you are going to access from the servlet context parameters itself. So I must have to get first, or I must have to understand how do we get the servlet context parameter. That is one question here. So see, if you will open the API properly and you will try to understand properly, if you are trying to get the things properly, so say here, that is one thing which we are having at present, which is this one. We have this get servlet name, get servlet context, get init parameter names. These all methods we are having. So if you understand the simple Java also, so what you will find in this and what you will understand in this guys, the one thing what you can understand is servlet context. What you're talking about is the servlet context. So see, it is a method get servlet context, and this method which returns the servlet context type of object, and we were talking exactly about this. So the get servlet context method can give the servlet context type object, and through which we can access the different parameters. So well, I'm going to do that only. What I'll do here now, sc servlet context dot get. Say here, all the options are available with you. Which one you wanted to call? So we want to call get servlet context. What we want to call? Get servlet context. So that's what we have called here in this. After calling this servlet context here, so what I'll do now in this, I'm writing a very simple one. Servlet context, I'll write ctx is equal to, this is one kind of reference we have created here. Well, and now guys, you will see that we have now received the type of servlet context object here. Fine. Now one question, okay, the main objective which I'll show you first. So now I'll write here, what is that I'm going to write now? ctx dot get, you see here, what are the methods? So get attribute. Yes, we are just trying to get the attribute here in this. What is that attributes which we are trying to access here in these cases here? Or you can write here one more thing called as the, which is in servlet, get init parameter. What is that init parameter name? Can you please tell me? You must have to write this same name as it is, which is in country. So that country name I am writing here. Country I have written inside this. This is what I have written now, guys. And now when you are trying to understand these things, you can easily get the solutions of your problems, or solution of what we were discussing here. Well, so see, I'll just run this program. Well, I'll trying to run it. Okay. Okay, I have written it now. I have just I did it in this case. Let's go for the login once. You can just see what we have written in the login. I'm just telling for you itself, and every step I'm trying to revise from the previous concepts also. One form which I have created, and for that particular form, you will find here the login.jtc. So login.jtc, where you have written login.jtc. Let's go for this in the servlet mapping. Login.jtc login, it is the login servlet what we have written, and here is the init parameter we have specified into this cases. Correct? So well, let's do one thing here. See, I'm writing hello and hi, something I have written. I'm just at present running it. Maybe something it is giving, that is the password or username is invalid, and something short of things it is giving. But you find one thing here. See, what was that first? som@jtcindia.org. This was what? A mail ID, which was an init parameter, sorry, servlet config parameter. But at the same time, India was in servlet context parameter, and that we are able to access, guys, here. In meanwhile, if I'll write here something, I'm just writing here hello, and on sign up I'm clicking here. So I'll do one thing first. Okay, so for that, let me do some exercise here, or let me do some kind of basic changes into this. I'll just stop the server. Every time try to do all these things, and make this in your habit, that when you're stopping, so because lots of changes when you're doing, it will perform some you can say some of the changes it is performing, and in that case it may help you a lot. So see here in the sign up servlet, few things which we are going to understand here. See, the very first thing is the servlet context, something what we are having. Let's say I'm writing here sc dot get parameters, get init parameters here. And when I'm writing the init parameter here, so what was the parameter what you have specified here? So see, that particular parameter will not be available for the sign up servlet, because that we have written it for the, that this one email which is there will not be available for that one, because you have written it for the login servlet. And this is going to be available for that particular one itself. It will not be available for that. So well, here what I will do now, sc.getInit parameter. So well, I am writing here the email I am writing, and well, I'll just write it into the string of email, and here in the simple form I am writing that is the email I am writing. Well, it's a simple thing which I have done here. So I'll run it, and inside this now, have a look now. Here you see I'm writing hi, something hi, I'm writing sign up I'm doing. See here, I'm doing sign up, but when we were talking about that email, so it is giving here null. Why it is giving null here? Because that value itself is not available for that, and that's the reason it is giving the null. Did you understand one thing? But yes, you can do one more thing. The same thing you can, as it is, copy it, and you can, what you can do here, you can specify for this servlet context parameter inside this email, and here you see I'll write something ABC mail ID. So this data is for the now sign up servlet, and which is not available for the other one. So I'll just make one very simple thing clear. I'm writing something. Okay. So it's starting. Well, we have now here hi, something values I have given, sign up I'm doing. Now you see that ABC@JTCINDIA, we are getting it here. Fine. The value I have just highlighted it here. Meanwhile, what you can do here is in login servlet we have written something here. The same code, what you can do is you can copy paste it here, because that is the common thing. Here the same thing as it is I'll be taking here, guys. So in the servlet context, what I will do now, I have just copied it inside this case. So I'm writing servlet context ctx is equal to sc.get servlet context, and when I'm writing these all things, so well, what we can do in this is I'll try to run it now, and immediately after doing these all things, I'm just doing the sign up. you will find one thing here. See, the common data which was the Servlet context parameter, and that Servlet context parameter we are able to access here, and as well as something when I'm writing abc@jtcindia.org. So that was a private data, and that is particular to that particular servlet itself. So guys, is that clear to all of you? Any questions? If you are getting, please, you can write in the chat box, you can write in the anywhere, wherever you want, you can write it there. Any doubts, any questions, if you're getting, you can please ask. I have explained about the Servlet context parameters. Related to that, I have given few examples in your documents. You can please go through that, different examples also, different sort of examples I have given into that. So you can go through that, right? Any questions if you're getting, you can please ask now. No questions? Is that all of you are there or sleeping? Why we write again and again context parameter? We are not writing it again and again context parameter. Where I am writing? I haven't written here, you can see. I have not written any context parameter again and again. See here, where I am writing. I am not writing anywhere. I have written only once. I have written only once this context parameter, and which is common to everyone. They are all able to access all these things. We are not doing anything. What? No, sir. Okay. In Servlet class also we have not written again and again. See, this is another servlet. That was login servlet, was the another servlet. In this we are accessing its own context parameter. It's your choice, you want to access it or not. So that's the, I have just for displaying it or just to show you, I have just written like that, and that's what I have shown it to you. Your question is not clear here. Okay, the next one inside this is now, anyone? Ahmad, what you want to write one time? Write in Hindi itself. Would you want to write one time? I am not writing more than once. I am for a particular servlet, I am writing once only. For a particular servlet, I am writing once only. I am not writing more than once. So see guys, servlet request, servlet context, servlet config, these all things are hope so clear to you all. One more thing what you can do here is, I'm just printing guys here, and just kind of test you can do. Just a second. So I'll write here, that is SC, and in this case I'll write here, that is the CTX, something I have written inside this, and immediately after this we will see what it is printing exactly. I'm just writing here a few things. Well, I'm running it. Anything, I'll just write it. You see, these all are the subclass. One for the Servlet config it was, and this is for the application context facets for the, which is a subclass which is implementing it. So apache.catalina.core, something like that here. So this is what I have shown it to you. So I'll do one thing. For you now, I'll leave it for you to practice the things. There are number of examples associated with that I have given in your documents. Please go through that examples, practice it properly. Fine. And again now, next topic is our Servlet lifecycle that I will start from the tomorrow. Meanwhile, I'm expecting from all of you that you will practice the things properly and you will do it so that you are not having any questions. Okay. Rest of the things again we will discuss tomorrow. We will talk about the servlet other things tomorrow. Today we are going to talk about servlet life cycle. What we are going to talk about today? Servlet cycle. What is there in the servlet life cycle and all other sort of things that we will discuss. And whenever as such I say for the servlet life cycle, so we are talking about that when you are creating a servlet, so what all processings are happening from starting of a web program until the end. So when any servlet programs we are writing, and as we know the servlet is a server side component, so we must need some servers also. Servlet is a server side components also. So I'll write here a few things. Number one, what we need at present. One is the server. What kind of server we need it? That is web server we are writing. One we are talking about, that is the web server. The second point, what as I want to say here is the servlet class, or servlet in another sense we are talking about, that is the Java file. These two things are very important thing, and with the help of each other things are happening here. So in order to write a servlet program, what all the different processes we were doing, what all the steps we were following, different steps. So the step number what we did it, that is starting the server. The first step which I was talking about is the starting the server. Step when I'm saying 2. So one as I was saying here, starting the server. And the second important point is, or you can say, you can take 2 milestones, you can say. One, you are doing or you are starting things from starting the server, and you are finishing the things by stopping the server. These two are the very important things. One by starting the server, second one by stopping the server. These two were the very important things. So when I said it, starting the server. Second one, what I said is the stopping the server. These two are the very important things which I was taught. And in between these two things itself, what all different processes which is taking place internally, that we are going to discuss. What all different steps it is going to do, that we are going to talk about here. Fine? Okay. So let's understand here. What we are going to understand in these cases is the very important thing, and that is what we are going to talk about. The first thing what is going to happen is like starting the server. So in another form, what we will say, what will, or that is the question number 1, what we are going to understand here is, question number 1 we are going to understand in these cases is the task, or what will happen at the time of starting the container. That is one thing. What will happen at the time of starting the container? That is very first thing. What is going to happen at the time of starting the container? Okay, once you have started the content, and when I'm saying starting the server, it means we are deploying application into server. You are, the main purpose is this only. So we are deploying application into the server itself. Okay. So the first thing, the main question which I'm giving you, what we need to, okay. So once you have started the server, you have deployed the application, something. So you are, second, what you're going to do is, you are going to send some request to that corresponding application, or with the help of that corresponding applications, you are going to take some action. And once you are going to take this action, so what actions you are going to take, that is one which is the very important things we will be talking about, that what kind of actions we are going to take here, right? So what will happen at the time of sending the request? That is one. Next one is here. What will happen at the time of sending the request? And third important, and see, you may send one request, you may send two requests, you may say n number of requests. That is again a different thing, different issue. In between these all things, so in between all these things, third one, which is stopping the server. So we need to again understand here. I'll put this, the question number third one here at the step 2, under this step 2. What will happen at the time of stopping the, or while stopping the server? What all different things which is being done? So one is starting the server, second one is the stopping the server. What all this? So this is what we are going to understand. Are you getting my point? Once we are understanding all these things and we are known to all these things, it means you are clear with the life cycle of the corresponding web application. I'm not saying only the Servlet, I'm talking about the Servlet based web application. You are clear with this. If we, and this is what our agenda. This is what our agenda is, to understand in this way. If we got the clear idea with all these things, so then there is no problem at all. Then there means nothing to do in this case. We can easily achieve the task whatever we wanted to do in these cases. Hope so you are understanding my point. Okay. Now next one is here. What next as such I wanted to do? So what kind of Servlet based web applications I'm going to develop? What is the type of applications I'm going to develop? What are the different components which will be involved in the web applications, that I'm going to write to you here. And even I have written the same thing in your documents also correspondingly. So all of you can go through your documents also parallelly. That already I have gone through this, that already I have written every sort of things into that. Okay, so here I have developed following web, you can say following types of web application
I have developed this following types of web applications, right? So what is that requirements what I have developed? The number one, what is that requirement in our web applications? In one web applications, what we have written is two servlet I have written. We have given some name. Some name you can give, depends on your program, like what lastly I have given here. So it's your choice. You want login servlet, and so second one is the sign up servlet. You can give it any name. Hope you all remember this. So we can give, so maybe I'm writing a servlet, just for example I'm writing a servlet, and second one is the B servlet. I'm writing these two basic things which I have written here. Are you getting my point? Two servlets we have written here. Second one what we have written again into this now. Now see, in a web applications, we may write some other components like filters, listeners and all other sort of things. So I'm just writing here. So I have written one listeners also. What is listener? At present, you are not aware with this, but yes, at the end of the servlet, you will understand what is this with some name. With some name I have given here. Third one, what is next one? Again, there is one another component, maybe one filter I have written with some name. And again, in this case, that is the fourth one. Fourth one, what we could write here now. See, if I have written with a specified servlet like A servlet or the B servlet, whatever servlets you are writing. So in these servlets, what I'm doing is, or other than these servlets also, I can write some context parameters. I'm writing some context parameters. Well, and see guys, I'm just writing one basic requirement for the applications, and now you should be in position that you can write these programs just on these feeds itself. You should be able to write this. And next what I can do is I can write the servlet config parameters also. Now depends with which servlet, with any of the above servlet you are writing. It depends like with which servlet you are going to write. So that is choice is yours. We will at the time of writing we will see, and that you need to, I'm not just making anything hard coded. So it depends your choice with which you want to write. You decide it. And most of the task we have done already in the previous example with this. And a very, very important point at this point of time for you, that we have written, what we have written? Some, or we have written a tag load on startup. This one tag also I have written here, guys. This is the particular tag I have written. We have written one tag called as load on startup. Remember this point. And depends for which you are writing, that we will see it later on what we are writing. So now you all tell me, if I want to understand, or if you want to understand these all things in a proper manner, can you please tell me that how shall we define first what all things we should write it inside this in order to elaborate it. So I'll do one thing. If I'm there, I will do one thing. I'll write a simple web.xml. What I'll do now, I'll write a simple web.xml for these above requirements. What simple web.xml I'm going to write? I'll just copy it, and I'll try to do some modifications inside this itself. Here we have already one web.xml. In this web.xml, let's do some kind of modifications and let's understand the thing. Do you agree or not? Why to write another one? In this only we can check it out. See here now. Have a look now. I'll just write for the this one I have written here. I'll just delete it, all these things. I'll just delete it. I'm not making any comment also. First, two servlets I want to write. That servlet name could be A servlet, B servlet. So whatever name you want, you can write it here. See guys. So I have written a servlet called as one login servlet I have written. And second one now, just coming down to this, I have written one sign up servlet. Is it okay or not? Are you getting my point? Is that all of you are getting my point? कुछ तो बोल दो तुम लोग. सभी हो या सो गए हो? Right. Are you understanding it properly, guys? And मीन्स ऐसा नहीं हो कि नहीं आपको कुछ पता, एकदम फ्रॉम द बिगिनिंग, फ्रॉम द रूट, थिंग्स शुड बी वेरी क्लियर टू यू. आर यू गेटिंग इट और नॉट? इट शुड बी वेरी क्लियर. ओके, so let's have a look now guys. I have written one servlet called as login servlet, and one another servlet I have written which is in sign up servlet. This is the first requirement. I have already completed it here. Second requirement, what I have one listener. At present, let's not talk about the listener. I'm not talking about at present a listener, but if you want to write one tag for the listener, well, I can write here also. There is no problem at all in that. We can write that tag also. There's no problem at all in this. Fine. So, and because we haven't studied yet the listeners, but yes, in future it may. So at present, let's not write listener. I'm not writing listener here. I'm not writing any filter also. Make it clear. But yes, we will discuss the point where listener and filter is going to come into the picture. We will discuss all these things in that where the listener and filter is coming into the picture, right? So I'll be talking about that. So I'm leaving these 2 points at present, but yes, I'm coming to the servlet context parameters, whether I'm defining it or not. So see here, I have defined context parameters also. Is there any question guys here? Well, it is clear now. So I have written the context parameter also. And at the same time now, after writing the context parameter here, what is next requirement I have? I am writing config parameter with any of the above servlet. Okay. So I'll write config parameter. What is the config parameter here now? See here, init param, what you are writing here, this is the config parameter. So in login servlet, let's say I have written the config parameter. For maybe for servlet, sign up servlet also I have written a config parameter. Hope so it is clear to you. Okay. Now I'll do one more thing here. There is another point which we are talking about, which is the load on startup tag. I think, right? That is the last point here what we are going to discuss, the load on startup tag. We have written a load on startup tag. So we will write load on startup tag. So I am writing load on startup tag. Fine. So say here first. I'll write load on startup tag. Where I'm going to write the load on startup tag? I'm writing this load on startup tag here by 1. I am writing, guys, here. See, I have given some number here. Some number I have given for the load on startup tag. That's the number which I am giving here inside this. Is that your project is done? Okay. This is the requirement what we have analyzed for the Servlet or web-based applications by using Servlet. That's what we have done here. We haven't done anything else. And what is the requirement? Whatever that I have written, that already I have defined for this, which is an login servlet. In the last tutorials also I have written sign up servlet, which I have already written. Rest of the things already I have written into that. Now we just need to understand. So first we need I'm closing it. So this is our application requirement, which already I have completed it here. Now have a look, guys. Now here, see, is that completed now? If you have any questions at this time, you can ask. Any questions at this time, you can please ask, guys. Any questions? Okay. Now, I'll tell you one more thing here. What is that? Now, first, this is the one application development task we have done. This what we have done is the application development task. Okay. That in an application, we have done these all things. Now I need to do that at the time of, we need to take some actions in order to run this program. So what is that actions we will be taking here? First, starting the server. See here. First one, what I'm going to do now, here is the server. Here is your application. I'm going to start first server. Fine. So I'll write here, starting the server. I am writing server. I am going to start the server. Okay. So what will happen at the time of starting the server, that is the point to discuss here, that we will be discussing, that we will be talking about here. Starting the server. So what will happen at the time of one second. If we do not write any listeners explicitly how the request is coming from the JSP page is responded. Who said that JSP page needs the listener to respond? Any precondition like that? Have you studied anywhere? Or just it is a question which is you are creating by your mind? There is no as such condition. There is no such preconditions. You write simple JSPs, it will respond. There is no problem at all. Listener task is something different. What question you are asking, that is not somehow I don't know what you are asking. No, sir, servlet will respond to JSP. If we do not write any listeners explicitly how the request is coming from the JSP page will be responded. Write something in a different way, that question, so that we can understand. At present, let's not talk about listener, and this is not topic also to discuss the listener. And okay. So what will happen at the time of starting the, server? That is one thing. What will happen? What will happen when I send the first request to whichever. Third one, what will happen when I send the second request? These are all question marks. I should put it here at the last. And the fourth one is same questions you can repeat for the another question. And at the time of shutdown the server, what will happen? So we will do one thing here. You see, first I am doing here starting the server. Right click on this. I'm just starting the server. See. I'm starting the server. See here first. What happened when you are starting the server? Right? And that is by deploying that corresponding application. So definitely we have deployed this application that you again need to understand. So whenever you are starting the server, so I'll write here few things, and in the same form I am explaining here. See here. At the time of starting the server, what all things are going to happen at the time of starting the server? Fine. Number one point here is the container which is there, it reads the complete informations which is web.xml container, which is reading this informations which is called as the web.xml. Fine. And after reading all these informations from the web.xml, it stores these informations into the main memory. Container reads information from web.xml and stores into the main memory. That is one thing. It stores into the which one? Main memory. For doing this particular task, it is using one parser, which is name of this parser is the sax parser, which reads this web.xml properly and stores this informations into the, you can say, main memory. But in case if any problem while reading the web.xml comes, then server will not be started. Server will not be started. That you need to understand here. You see here one thing. I'm just going to do one mistake here. See what mistake I'm going to do, guys, here. Once again, you remember my point. I'll write few things here. Maybe it is not correct. I have written here few things, or instead of that, let's do some kind of different kind of mistake. Maybe this sign up one different names I have used it. Some mistake. Explicitly we did some mistake here into the web.xml. Fine. I'll do one thing. I'll just do one thing. I'll stop this server. See here. Okay, whatever it is. Now I'll just do one thing. I'll start. I'll just run this applications itself. Here you just have a look now. See here. A very clear message it is giving here. That is server Tomcat 9 version 9.0. Localhost failed to start. It is giving one very clear message that it is failed to start here, guys. It is failed to start. It is failed to start here in this model, in this way. But in the meanwhile, we need to get it into the different. So I'll do one thing, guys. Here I'll just remove this problem. Now we don't have any problem in our application. See, when there was a simple mistake, it is not reading it, it was not doing the things. But now when we removed it, it will definitely work out into this. Fine. So that's what, if any mistake comes under that, then container will not be started and will not be ready to receive the request also. That is a second thing now. What is the second thing now? At the time of starting the container. So if the container started properly, if everything goes well, then in that case we are talking about what is the next things here. Fine, it is. So if there is no problem, if there is no, again I am repeating, if there is no problem into the web.xml. So what container next it is doing? Container, it creates what it is going to create. Now see here, first thing is, remember that point here, see, in this one, we have one tag called a Servlet Context one. Which one? Servlet Context. And that Servlet Context is going to be common for everyone. So before doing anything, first it has to create the Servlet Context object. So what it will do, creates the Servlet Context type object. And after that, what it is going to do here, and initializes the object, Servlet Context object. You can say the, here I am writing context object with the context parameters. This, you know this concept. What is the context parameters? The value what you have given. Fine. So this value which is there will be assigned into this. Now again after this, what is the third point it is going to, and these all tasks, remember my friends, this is at the time whenever we are starting the server, at that time only it is happening. Creates the thread pool. It is a very, very important concept to understand what is the thread pool. This is thing. And I'll just point one very specific thing which will be very clear. So I'm elaborately I'm explaining the things, and then at the end itself I'll explain the things in a proper way, how things are going to work out and how things are just running it inside this. Well, so let's go into this now. So first, as I said, create the thread pool. Well, I'll be creating it is going to, who will create the thread pool? Servlet container, web container is going to create the thread pool for what? To provide the services. What kind of services? So two things will come into the picture. One is multi-thread model we are following, or we are following single thread model. So it depends on that also. What is multi-thread model? What is single thread model? Then again, it is the part of things later on we will do it, what exactly multi-thread model as well as the single thread model is. We will come to that point. Okay. So creates the thread pool. After creating the thread pool, what it will do here, if any kind of listener we have, that processing will be done. That will be initialized, loading and all other things in listeners. Fifth one, what it is going to be done, what it is going to do, filter it is going to process. Again, filter also will be initialized in its own manner. Now guys, remember that point. Sixth one is the very, very important point here. What container is going to do here? See, container is, so you see one thing, whatever the independent tags were there, whatever the things which has been written directly inside this web app tag, directly inside the web app tag, that all things are being processed in its own specific way, guys. All these things. Now here only two things has not been processed yet, which is servlet. Either you have written 10 servlets, 15 servlets, 100 servlets, 1000 servlets, yet that none of them has been processed. So what next it is going to do? It is going to check whether these servlets are having any load on startup tag or not. So we have these two servlets. One was the login servlet, one was the sign up servlet. So in one servlet itself, we have written the login servlet. Which one? Say here, load on startup. So I'll do one thing just before I'll remove this load on startup tag at present. I'm just removing it here. See, first you see the output and then we will be talking about all this sort of things. If on console, if I've written anything, I'll do one thing. I'll just clear the screen into this. And when I'm going into this, so what I'll do here now at present, I'll just right click on this. After doing the right click here, I'll just run on the server, and immediately after doing this here, say servlet test 1 I'm going to write. I'll just write it on the finish. Have a look now. We haven't written any load on startup tag. Remember that point, I have not written. But when you have not written any load on startup tag, you see any of the statement is being, you just have a look on this console. Anything? No, nothing. At present, nothing has been done. At present, nothing has been done for our sake, for our reference. We haven't seen anything. We haven't gone through this anything. But at the same time, I'll do one thing here first. Let me stop the server. Let me stop the server. I'm just stopping the server here. Fine. I've stopped the server. Well, I'll do one more thing, guys. Have a look here. I'm just going to the web.xml. Into the web.xml, which servlet you want to write the load on startup? Anyone. You can write in the sign up servlet, well, you can write in the login servlet. It is independently your choice, wherever you want, however you want, you can write it. I'll write here load on startup. Some number I have given 1. It decides the priority of the processing of that corresponding thread. Sorry, corresponding servlet. It decides the priority here. So I have given load on startup 1. Now you see previously you have already seen your console, what was there on the console. Even that console is there here. Once you can have a look properly. Now I'm again, what I'll do now, I'll start this server, and immediately after starting the server, what is going to happen, you can just have a look now in this. See here now. It's a very clear, guys. You see here. In which servlet you have written 1. Load on startup 1 you have given. So which servlet is being processed by this SOP? I have written in the previous classes itself, I have written this SOP. So just to identify what is the processing, what is the flow of that corresponding servlet, that method, and then accordingly we can understand, we can go in that manner. Is that clear now? So by writing load on startup tag, what it is going to do is, it is going to process that corresponding 1, right? So first what it is going to check here, is that clear or not for everyone? So it is going to check whether load on startup you have written or not. Load on startup you have written or not. You have written load on startup here. Remember that point. What you have written? You have written load on startup 1. So whichever servlet you have written load on startup 1, either has whatever servlet, it could be login servlet or sign up servlet. I hope you are clear with this. So where you have written now at present, login servlet load on startup you have specified. Login servlet load on startup you have already specified, in that 1 is there. So what we'll do, and now one more thing, I want you itself to understand everything. See, load on startup servlet was this one, correct? Okay, you check one thing. This is what the SOP which was printing on your console, if you remember. Not service method. This SOP was not coming on the console. So I'll just show you here, guys. See, the thing, whatever you have written inside the init method, that is only going to come here. That is only it is printing on your console. Whatever you have written on that, that is only it is printing. Nothing else it is printing here. So in another way, what I need to do here, see, simple thing what you are going to understand here. See, what is login servlet? Can you please tell me in the chat box? Can you please tell me in the chat box what is login servlet? बोल तो दो भाई तुम लोग कुछ भी हो नहीं हो सब लोग. Second one is a class. Very good, Ahmed. True, it is a class. And what is the init method? अब जो लोग नहीं रिप्लाई करेंगे कल से उनको लिंक ही नहीं मैं सेंड करूंगा. What is init method? It's a simple method which is an instance method. It is correct. And servlet config, one parameter we have. Servlet config, what we have, one parameter we have. Servlet config is the parameter what we are having for this method. So by just writing the load on startup tag in the web.xml, the output what we are getting here is the init method is being called. So any method, any instance method from that corresponding class, if it is being called, so first number 1 point is इस सर्वलेट क्लास का इंस्टेंस क्रिएट किया गया होगा. लॉगिन सर्वलेट क्लास इंस्टेंस must be instantiated with that reference, with that object itself. You can call the init method. So number one, what needs to be done now? Whether this login servlet class. So in one simple word, what I will say here is, whatever the servlets which is there, so servlet class will be loaded into main memory. That is one thing. Fine. It will be instantiated, or instance will be created. Remember that point. Instance will be created. Object will be created, you can say. Now you see one more thing, guys. See, I need the servlet config parameter, and that config parameter, this tag is there inside that corresponding servlet itself. Fine. So if this is there, so when this servlet is being processed, then only this init method. So now servlet config object also will be created and its parameter will be assigned. So servlet config object will also be created, and all जो इसका काम होगा that. If these all things container is having, then only container will be able to call the init method from here. Container will be able to call the init method from this login servlet. Are you getting my point, all of you? Then only container will be able to call this init method. And that is what exactly it is doing when you are writing the load on startup. And if you are not writing load on startup, then what will happen? So in that case, whenever you will click, whenever you will send the request, then these all things will be done. This is the point to understand. When you will send the first request, then these things are going to happen in that case. Getting it? But if you have not sent the request, you have just written the load on startup, then it is going to happen. But remember one more point, that you have already written load on startup, and then what will happen when you are sending the first request? Suppose I am sending this first request. I am just clicking on login. What is going to happen? Now you see on this page, you guys, service method is being called. So means when you are sending the first request, your container is first identifying, from where that request is coming. After identifying that request, how it will identify? From this URL pattern, it is going to identify from where this request is going to come. Because in servlet mapping, if you see the URL mapping, URL pattern we have given into this. So it will identify from there. And now you see, you can itself understand what all things it is going to do. One more thing you will find into this, that thread pool was being created previously into this case. What was that? Thread pool. Somewhere thread pool was being created. I have written, if you remember. Thread pool, correct? So when you are sending the first request, then servlet is initialized, instantiated, and it picks one thread from the thread pool, right? And handovers the request, means whatever task it needs to do, now that will be done by that corresponding thread one. Now what it is going to do now? So it is a very simple thing. From here you can tell me. It will check first whether the login servlet object has been created or not. If it's been created, are you getting it? If it's been created, it is not going to create again. Fine, it is. Now it has to call now service method. So when it is calling service method, so it has to create the HTTP servlet request object. It has to create the HTTP servlet response object, and then only it can call this service method. Are you getting it? And when you are stopping the server, and after doing all this things, then whatever threads is there, that automatically will be returned to the corresponding thread pool. This is the task which, what will happen when you will send the second request? So remember one point, if you are sending the request number of times, that many number of times this service method is going to be called. But init method for a servlet will be called only once, not more than once. Number of times you are sending the request, that many number of, see, if on the same applications, I'll do one thing, I am sending once more this request, and you see the login service method is being called twice, whereas the init method is being processed only once. It is not doing any other further processing. It has been processed only once in that case. So hope you got it. Are you getting it? So this is how the things are being done into that. What will happen when I send the second request? Let's say I'm sign up servlet I'm doing. So whatever task has been done for the first servlet, the same task which is there will be repeatedly will be done for the second servlet also.